What's up, guys? What's happening? What's going on? Welcome back. How is everybody doing today? I hope you're doing good. Excuse me. We are, I made no secret of the fact that when Darktide came out, we were going to play it on stream, and it released yesterday. Well, the beta for it released yesterday. The people who buy the game can play the beta. It technically doesn't release till the 30th, but of course, I had to get it. It's like one of the two games that I'm, super looking forward to, and so here we are. So it dropped. I've been playing the little bit, not too much, because like I said, just dropped yesterday. And I won't have a lot of time to play it in the next coming days. So I was like, let's just play it on stream, because I told you guys I was going to do it. I told you guys. I am nothing if not a loyal servant of the Emperor, okay? He commands and I go. That's how it is. I don't know how it's going to perform. I need to maybe tweak some stuff here. Unfortunately, this is never something you can tweak while you're prepping, because it only has the load on it that it has once it's actually streaming. And so I never know exactly how it's gonna go, but it was performing rather well, and it's far more optimized. The one thing I like about it being from a known developer of a known good game is they know exactly what they're doing. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna let the intro run because the intro is dope as hell, and it will give you a little bit of, backstory.
It is the 41st millennium. For 10,000 years, the Imperium has dominated the galaxy. There is only war. Every human soul, from the most highborn lord to the most basic servitor, is dedicated to the service of the God Emperor of mankind. The Imperium's battle fleets and armies, from the conscripted soldiers of the Astra Militarum to the elite space marines of the Adeptus Astartes, keep humanity safe from alien threats and cosmic horrors beyond imagining. But there is another war. It is the one in which I serve. Our war is not one of battlefields and fleet engagements. It is waged by the dedicated agents of the Imperial Inquisition. It is fought in the cities and hives of the Imperium. In the back streets and the forgotten sublevels. In hive cities like Tertian.
We are surrounded! Don't get overrun! Hurry, stop!
For if the Inquisition fails, if we fail, the Imperium falls with us.
God, that intro is so cool. Okay. Make sure it's still capturing good. It is. Key for those of you who watch that or will watch that in the future. Basically a key plot point to that intro was that point when everybody was strapped into the ship and everything was going purple and tentacles and stuff are coming out of everywhere, and there were like apparitions and everything was purple and weird. That's the warp. Basically, to achieve faster than light travel, it tries to mimic our universe as much as it possibly can. And so, you know, going faster than the speed of light is not really an option as far as we understand, but they figured out a way to travel through the warp to achieve faster than light travel. It's almost instantaneous from what I understand. And the warp is hell. It's where souls go, you know, when you die. There's a whole deep lore on the warp, but basically it used to be a tranquil place, and then all the suffering and war and chaos of the universe has turned it sour, has corrupted it, has made it hell. It wasn't always like that. Fox, what's going on? But yeah, I felt like that was important to know because there's like, you spend half your trailer watching that, and if you don't understand that, you're gonna be like, what the hell? But yeah, they shortcut through the warp, and which is a problem because if you get stuck, or ships have gotten stuck in there, or corrupted on their way through, and then they're stuck there permanently. So it's not a good thing. Not what you want. Not what you want. But yeah, this game takes place on Hive World, which, as I discussed last time we talked about 40K lore, those are worlds dedicated to population and fabrication. They're not like manufacturing worlds, but there's a lot of manufacturing that goes on because it's just a whole bunch of people, right? So, Fox, what's happening? What's up? How are you doing? Yeah, this place takes place on a Hive world. We don't know what the lore is. I wonder if I should start a new character. You don't get to see the intro sequence unless you start a new character. Basically, when I played the prologue, we saved the life of an Inquisitor's, what do you got? They have a name, but it's like the right-hand person of an Inquisitor. They're like an Inquisitor in waiting, basically. I saved the life of that person, and then they recruited me into this thing that they're doing, and convinced the actual Inquisitor who's in charge of the operation to recruit me. And then we're getting sent down to Tertium, which is the Hive city here, to find various things, to complete various objectives. Basically, there's corruption on this Hive city, and the Inquisition is trying to root it out. It also appears to be in the middle of a chaos invasion, which is not what you want. That's the opposite of what you want. You don't want a chaos invasion.
Goodbye.
Yeah, there's a ton of lore to the 40K universe. So if anybody ever has any questions, feel free to ask. I may not know because I'm not an expert. I just know what I've seen and what I've read and what I've watched, because I have watched a lot of lore videos as well, but there's just so much of it. there's lore behind every goddamn thing. It's actually kind of insane. What are you making for dinner, Fox? Now, see, I'm trying to I'm trying to level up my character, so I'm gonna just go ahead and do some quick missions here. I'm gonna do a quick play. So this planet is called Atoma Prime. The hive city we're in is called Tertium, but the planet itself is called Atoma Prime. So basically, this planet's in the middle of a chaos invasion, and we are being sent to accomplish various objectives that will help the Inquisition root it out and destroy it.
The heretics have decided the best way to win is to disrupt Tertium's water supply. They're pumping filth into the silos, and we know where it's going down. Get down there. Drive them out, get the fresh water flowing again.
Oh, this universe, the Warhammer 40K universe, Fox, is so full of lore. It's a tabletop game that's been running for, like, you know, 40 or 50 years, something like that. It's been around since tabletop games became popular, and the universe is ever expanding. Is this too loud? Let me know how loud this is. I think I need to turn something down. Turn off super resolution. Turn off sharpen. Gotta have bloom on. Okay. Is that better? Oh God, no. Oh, we're going back down a little bit. Is that better?
You need an elevator to reach the lower
How is that not better? Ah. Okay, that's better. There we go. There we go. It'll recover here in a second for those of you who are on the delay. I really need a much better graphics card. But yeah, the lore of this game is amazing. I mean, the lore of this series is amazing. The lore of the 40K universe is awesome. I love it. There's people who like the lore who've never played a single game. They just like the lore because the lore is super cool. It's basically sci-fi. You know where would humanity be after its rise and fall 40,000 years in the future? Basically, there's one critical plot point to the entire 40K franchise, and that is humanity's fall from their pinnacle, from their apex, resetting in a new dark age, and then having to recover from that. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. Like, there's a shitload that happens in there, but that's it in a nutshell. It's they grew up like we have, except at some point in the future they became so technologically advanced that they caused their own destruction, and then they recovered from that thanks to the Emperor, and in 40,000 years in the future, humanity controls over 1 billion worlds, and their populations like in the quintillions or something. And they're still trying to rebuild from their glory days while being beset on all sides by demons, aliens, mutants, all kinds of stuff. That's like pretty much the entire lore condensed into like something manageable you can talk about in 30 seconds, you know, like there's so much goes on, but that's the general idea. Ah!
I am horrified.
It is really interesting, especially when you consider that when you consider that the emperor specifically told them thousands of years ago, you know, when he was still around leading them, he specifically outlawed religion and told them not to worship not to worship not just him but anything, but specifically not to worship him. And now, thousands of years in the future, they worship him as a god, because that's just what happens. That's what happens when you have a mythical person that was actually really skilled and powerful, achieve great things, and then suddenly disappear. The Emperor technically still exists, but he's in this weird, like, barely alive. His body's in this weird, barely alive state, kept alive by a device called the Golden Throne, which they've converted into basically a life support system. To keep him alive after he was mortally wounded. So he just suddenly disappeared overnight. And then thousands of years in the future, they're worshiping him as a god. It kind of makes sense. Especially when you consider that the Emperor basically, he's what's called a perpetual, which is a human being that can't really die. They can die, but if they die, they just get reborn. The problem is humanity's been keeping the Emperor in this, like, alive state now, for thousands of years. And since he can't die, he can't come back and correct everybody.
Templar, ammunition.
Which is like the biggest, like, it always seemed silly to me until there were some things about the lore that seemed really silly to me until I learned more about them. One of those things is indeed the worship of the Emperor. It's like, it actually is kind of reasonable given the amount of time and the things that he did while he was alive to think that in the future thousands of years they might worship him as a god.
Grand, I needed more ammo.
Forget, what is our mission right now? Our mission is
Holy ammunition.
we're here to raid something, I think. Oh right, the heretics are poisoning the water supply and we have to stop them. That's what it is.
Lovely kill! Ghostbusters neutralized! You have to die!
Where you at? I also love the Imperial tendency with their weapons to focus stopping power over everything else. Which makes sense if you you know, if you watch like animations or just even think about the things that they have to fight. It makes sense, but it's just funny because every gun I pick up is just absolute recoil. It's like you're accurate for your first couple shots-ish. Beyond that, it's just, well, they're probably not that far anyway, is kind of the thinking. Because it's true, most warfare that seems to happen in this universe eventually becomes close quarters very fast. The long-range combat doesn't really happen like it does in human versus human warfare. In human versus human warfare, yes. But when you're fighting like the forces of chaos or any number of a bunch of different types of aliens, they all eventually just run up to you at some point, right? So there's not prolonged ranged engagements. It's everything is in your face if you don't kill it first. So stopping power over everything makes sense in that regard. How accurate does it need to be when I have a bunch of
Bet this place was a riot before the
zombies,
heretics took
basically what are essentially zombies, flying at me?
over. You don't say. You're just making me curious now.
Yeah, I fell in love with the 40K franchise because of the aesthetic. The grimdark aesthetic, the overly militarized image of humanity, and the fact that it's all very heavily gothic. In fact, they even call the age that we're currently in the 41st millennium High Gothic, because they have, after the Dark Age, they have their own, after humanity fell the first time, they have their own, like, system of keeping track of things. So there's Low Gothic and High Gothic and stuff like that once they reset themselves. And that's super cool. And plus, you know, the whole God Emperor thing being so religious, there's religious undertones to everything, including the architecture. Which is just, it's cool. I like the whole theme. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. And so that was what made me fall in love with it. And then once I actually started learning about the lore, I was like, oh shit, this stuff is really cool. It's cooler than I thought it was. For example, I thought Space Marines were just normal humans in powered armor. I had no idea they were basically 9-foot-tall genetic super soldiers grown from essentially birth for that sole purpose. Luna, welcome in. Yeah,
There is no respite in this war. There is only strife everlasting.
Conflict is the nature of life, sibling.
It's still single frames, just different ones? Really? It says it's before. Oh. Interesting. Hold on. It's just struggling these days.
Sigma Sorten's dead!
Okay.
The enemy is numerous!
Is that better? No, it's still. Why is it still? I've done everything I can. Hold on. Video. I've done everything I possibly can. Is that better? Was VSync overriding it?
Looks bad. Heal now! Hit!
No, it's still doing it. Damn. Is that better? Damn, it's still doing it. Damn it. Why? I've killed everything. I don't know why all my games are now suddenly a problem. I think my graphics card might be dying. Frame rate cap. I mean, it's literally, it's capped. That should do it. Maybe.
There's more blood.
Is it doing it?
Seems ideal.
It's not doing it.
Sorely wounded.
Huh.
Here, come this.
What happened? I've turned it to as low as it will possibly go. Like 720? Like, is that fine? Can we do 720?
Rise up, Striker. Redemption
Why is it
awaits.
still just losing
Obliged.
everything?
Zealot. Good.
I have no idea what's happening. Why is... Suddenly I'm just not able to run anything?
I can see a trapper!
It doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't be struggling now.
Ammo! Can't get back up!
Okay. Is it finally recovering?
Right. First you trigger the system flush.
It looks like it's finally recovering.
Go, go, go.
In 720p. We're not going to talk about it.
Right. Get this place cleared out. Double time.
After this match, I'll have to do something. I just didn't want to leave these guys, you know? But it should be recovering now. It was totally fine until we got into a match, and then it's just so bad. But it should be, yeah, it looks like it's almost completely recovered now.
Your suffering is but a pale reflection of the Empress.
Is it, has it fully recovered? Let me know whenever it recovers. Ow. Ow, stop. Okay.
Push the corker.
You killed one, now find the rest.
Jeez. I'm so not used to playing on this tiny screen.
Bleeding up.
What are they doing exactly?
Pulling the wall.
Why am I just being shot at everywhere and they're not doing the objective?
Set me loose.
I guess both are in.
It's back now? Okay, good.
Enough of that.
Oh my god, that was so stupid. I have to play it in 720p because apparently that's just all I can handle. I don't know what happened. I feel like my graphics card maybe is dying. Okay. Well, I'm sorry about that. I'm glad it recovered.
Praise the Emperor's beneficence.
I can't believe I have to put it in 720p with not even an ancient graphics card. Like, it's pretty new. It's not the latest. what I get because I want to be a 3D VTuber. You know what? That's okay. This means we need a better graphics card. Okay, does it? I'm gonna have to check some stuff out after the match. Further optimize it. I didn't realize it was gonna be that bad. Seems like there's a huge delay on the video. It'll probably resync at some point. Yeah, seems okay on my side, so it'll probably resync up at some point. It was really bad. Ow. Hopefully it'll resync up. Was the audio like how was the audio during it going nuts? Was the audio okay, or was it also lagging? Whoa.
The demon will be back, but for now, this place is back to normal. Massage's inbound. Get moving.
I wonder, you know what? Yeah, we did it. Okay. Oh. Yeah, that looks fine. Ooh, I got the Emperor's gift. Oh, hell yeah. I got a new las rifle, a purple one. All right, so what if... Okay. Yeah, this part always takes forever. Now, let me check my settings real quick. It's a good thing those are short matches. Off. The audio was fine. The video was just kind of frozen. I got you. I'm just gonna have to turn pretty much everything off that that is an advanced graphics setting. Yeah, that's pretty much it. 720. Aside from the huge stream delay, seems so. It will probably recover, I would guess, at some point. I'm just kind of giving it a minute to see if it, once it catches up. Hmm. Let me check something else too. Yeah, it seems fun. I wonder if it's my CPU. I think it is. I'm going to put this over here. Oh, I'm also going to... Keep. There we go. Hmm. I'm just messing with something. Give me a sec here. Okay. Okay. All right, let's see. All right. Everything's pretty much as good as I think I can get it.
Engaging.
I'm just going to need a better graphics card. And processor, I think. Hold on. Am I maxed out? Oh, yeah. No, yeah. I need a better processor, too. Damn it. I need all the better things. You guys got any better stuff? Okay, now we can try that again, but this time with less lagging the hell out. Hell yeah. Okay.
The heretics have cottoned onto the idea of poisoning Tertium's water supply.
We're gonna try that again.
We found the source of the poisoning, so you're taking a little trip. Get into the silo, send the heretics packing, and get the water supply restored.
I'm watching it. It seems to be okay. If only stuff wasn't so expensive, I know, right? Yeah, not only is it so expensive, but like somehow it's so expensive and yet I couldn't sell my used one if I wanted to. You know what I mean? And so what I would ordinarily do back when graphics cards were just, they would sell really well because everyone always wanted one. I would just sell my old one and come up with a little bit of money, you know, the difference between the old one and the new one, and do that to get a new graphics card. But that's not an option right now because you haven't been able to sell a used graphics card since the prices started coming down. And yet they're still not down enough, you know, and it's a weird thing. And yeah, this part takes forever. I don't know why. This just started today. Yesterday, when the beta launched and I played it, I didn't have this forever loading screen. Now, every single mission, I gotta sit here for like 5 minutes at least. I don't know why. We've already found everyone, so it's not matchmaking. It's just it takes 5 minutes to load everyone in, apparently. Okay.
Behold the cleansing of the water. Truly, this is holy work.
It's not great, but it's the best Tertium has. That's worth something.
It's an outlaw zone. Guns ready.
You need to reach street level. That means getting to an elevator.
How's it look? Does it look okay? Let me see. Because it doesn't seem to be. You know what? It's not my graphics card. My graphics card's sitting there at 40%. It's 100% my processor. Because that sucker's sitting at 80 and 90 all the time.
Assault group coming in.
The problem that I have, and the reason I haven't just bought another processor, because buying another processor is far cheaper than buying a graphics card. However, I have the best processor that will go in my motherboard, which means I have to buy another motherboard. And at that point, then it becomes a considerably more expensive proposition to rival getting a new graphics card. I still may look for something though, because I'm tired of being CPU bound. I've been CPU bound now for a while, and it's becoming more and more of an issue the more of these newer games that we play. So I'm gonna look at something.
Your holy work.
Try and find a good deal or something, you know?
I shall not fail you
Maybe
again. Hound comes seeking judgment.
up till now I've been putting all of the soap money into more soap stuff, more, you know, costs for, you know, the website and materials and all that kind of thing. But what I may do is maybe take some of it and get a processor and a motherboard, because I can't. This is ridiculous.
You cannot cheat death, heretics.
That's the Wrecking King's cockpit ahead. Keep going.
I love this new las gun. So if you don't know,
And I will guide your way.
as with all 40K weapons that humanity produces and uses, they're all about stopping power and absolutely as much raw power as possible, right? So a lot of their stuff is projectile based, but they also have las weaponry, which is just basically laser
I
weaponry.
need but a little healing.
The difference is these lasers can like vaporize concrete. and yet somehow it's still like one of the weakest weapon types in the 40K universe, despite the fact that it can vaporize concrete. And that just simply has to do with like just all the bad stuff and everything, you know, in comparison. Everything in comparison to the las gun is just amazing. However, by our standards, the las gun is incredible. It would be the best thing that we could get, because it can hold a ton of shots. Every shot can just destroy concrete, and it's just highly portable. And of course, you don't have to worry about, you know, it's a laser, so you don't have to worry about accuracy and stuff like that. Which is why I really like this game and the way they've done the weapons, because they really did justice to the 40K weapons.
Grenade! Emperor! Guide my aim!
Whoa!
That's the big beauty, John.
Because yeah, it's supposed to be able to do things like take down that chaos giant in a couple of shots. It's portrayed as terrible in like everything, but it's not that. It's just you're usually going up against enemies that are just so resistant that you need even more power than the las gun has. Because a lot of the projectile weapons are just insanely, like, I think the bolter fires a 90 caliber projectile that's rocket assisted and explodes on shortly after impact. It's like armor piercing, rocket assisted explosive shells of ammunition. So it's like kind of an unfair comparison, but that's what everyone always compares las weaponry to, because you're usually either playing Imperial Guard or a Space Marine. We can't use bolter weapons as normal humans because they're so big. They're so big, the only way humans can use them is as a fixed weapon. So like, you know, like a fixed machine gun type thing. Because we couldn't control the recoil. The recoil would like destroy us. Which is why it's usually only used by heavy weapons teams and Space Marines.
There's the elevator. You're gonna get friends as soon as you call it.
Exactly, Jax. But I actually really like las weapons. I don't think they get enough love and credit. They're often seen as like the weakest human weapon there is, when in actuality it's pretty powerful. Just comparatively to Space Marine weapons isn't. But that's an unfair comparison. Normal humans can't use Space Marine weapons.
No. Safety. Only. Sniper!
For the Emperor! Exactly, Aura, exactly. What's going on? Welcome in, Aura. Always. Purge them in his name. Oh, fuck. Ow! There's a flamethrower behind me. Shit. Ha! Ow. Ow. Oh, hey, there's a bunch of them. Hold up. Ooh. Oh no, there's a dog. Chaos Hound. Ow. No! I'm trying to grind until I get the I want this chain sword. The chain sword is so good. It's also iconic as hell.
Healing here, priest.
Let this grenade incinerate her.
Oh. Even people who don't know anything about 40k can usually recognize the chain sword. There's like two weapons, the bolter and the chain sword, but the chain sword is always so much more easily identifiable because it's a chainsaw sword.
Go there.
So it's probably the most recognizable Warhammer weapon, I would say.
This place is far
We're
from
purging
the
them in
Emperor's
his
light.
name.
You have to be
Let's go.
inside
I'm not even
down
playing
there.
the zealots.
True enough. Enforcers do an imperfect job.
That
with
guy's playing a
imperfect
zealot.
tools. But at least they're honest about it. Unlike our zealot friends.
Oh, how fortunate we are that the Psyker is here to advise us
Compared
on
to
the
those
path of
ultra elite Space
righteousness.
Marines. Exactly, Jax. Exactly.
Time to find that silo. Head on out.
I hope at some point the stream delay goes away. I don't know
Someone
how
take
bad
that
it is.
grenade. A crusade awaits us, pilgrims. Take courage and know the worth of your deeds.
And what fun it is. Fur makes me tingle to me boots.
The time of judgment is at hand.
And if I sound exactly like Carillion from Vermintide, that's because I'm pretty sure they use the same voice actress.
The end is never the end.
Ugh.
Anyone require
Is this that game you were so hyped about? This is one of them, Jax. This is one of them. The other one is Space Marine 2, but that one's not coming out till sometime next year. And that's at the earliest, from what I understand. So realistically, it may not be. You know, we may be waiting a whole year before that one. But this one is the other one I was really excited about. Because, and in some ways, more excited. Because the Space Marine 2 is going to be good, but like this one gives you a first-person perspective of a normal human being taking on the enemies of the Imperium using weaponry in a first-person perspective, and that's unique. There's no other game that does that. Oh shit. That was a trapper.
Come on, veteran. We need you. Get in soft twitch.
I'm hoping that they'll release like more classes and maybe at some point. I know you're not.
Open. Don't let those carkers get the drop on you.
They're not gonna do. They're not gonna do. They're not gonna do what everyone would want, which is to add a Space Marine, because one, that would kind of defeat the whole purpose in the storyline. And two, nobody would play anything but that. Plus, like I said, it just wouldn't fit. Like, there wouldn't. It's a whole lot easier to get hold of some dishonored humans than it is a dishonored Space Marine. Usually, they're held to really high regards because they're like the champions of humanity, right? And so they're held to really high regard. So if they are disgraced, you don't usually just have them sitting around on a prison ship. You know what I'm saying?
Initiating crowd control.
Oh, they either turn traitor and run away, or they're killed. Ow. Or they're under the, I guess technically you could have a dishonored one in the possession of the Inquisition. But
You're almost at the silo.
I just don't think it would work for this game as much as I would enjoy that. I would like to see a game where you get to play as a Space Marine in a first-person perspective. Because even Space Marine and Space Marine 2 are both third-person. No shit! Get him! Grenades for the Emperor! Hydrate, okay. New meta, you gotta wait a minute. I'm in the middle of the. Is that explosive? Okay. Wax it with an axe to find out if it's explosive. You know how it is. Okay, well first off, let me hydrate.
Ammo crate! Ammo! Ammunition! In the very nick of
You
time!
guys are gonna have to be real nice to me on these
Have you ever seen a clear
these ones
night
that
sky?
require that I
A
alt
million
tab.
worlds held in the Emperor's gaze.
If for no other reason than
Yet,
they're
there is
right
such
now trying to
darkness
figure out what the
between
hell I'm doing.
worlds. We must be the bearers of his light.
Always leave
There
them in
we
worse
go.
shape than they started. Ammo crate!
Last weapon. Melee in true Fat Shark style, because Fat Shark made the Vermintide games, and in true Fat Shark style, melee is often more effective than a ranged weapon at just taking out bunches of enemies, which is also a unique spin. It really is just Vermintide Book 40k, which as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, that's gonna be good. But it's definitely unique.
Psychers!
Get 'em.
What training do you even have?
The worst. Yeah. Get him. Oh, I hear. Where's he at? Fuck. No, we gotta get the trapper. He's gonna ruin everything. Where's he at? Ow. Where's he at? I hear him. Damn it. You guys didn't kill it. Oh, didn't mean to be quiet, but finally finished cooking. That's perfectly all right, Fox. Apparently for quite a bit of that, I was lagging horribly, and I had to spend a considerable amount of time, the first 20 minutes basically, figuring that out. And the only other thing besides that is me just talking about the lore. Because there's pretty much there's not a whole lot of franchises that I really get into the lore over, but 40k is one of them. I've always liked its lore. And given that it's one of the most fleshed out sci-fi universes, I would say I'm probably not the only one. There's like 400 books that are all canon. I think all 400 are canon. I don't remember. There's hundreds of canon novels. And then some other ones that aren't canon. Ugh. Ow.
Take courage, pilgrims! Be fighting his holy name!
That's one of the zealots. Oh, yes. Oh, shit. God damn. They can fire so fast. That's so OP. Where they can fire impossibly fast. But yeah. Ugh. That's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that that's the case for so many people. Is a lot of people have only ever played or heard of the Warhammer Fantasy because of one reason or another, when I think as far as fans go, if I had to say, just from being a denizen of the internet for as long as it's been around, I'd say that there's probably more fans of the 40K series, or at least it seems to be talked about far more. There's just not a whole lot of good games, is the thing. The vast majority of Warhammer 40K games have either been RTSs from 10 years ago, or those like hex grid based turn-based ones that I can't stand and a lot of other people can't stand. But because it fits the tabletop feel that the franchise came from, they keep making them. But I don't know anyone who likes those. So yeah, so that, in fact, that's why I got so into Vermintide, was because it was Warhammer adjacent, but it was a first-person horde killing thing. I actually prefer the 40K to the Warhammer Fantasy immensely. I know very little about fantasy. I know quite a bit about 40K. There's so much potential with this. Like, there's so much potential with this franchise, but I don't know why they won't, until games like this, they just don't make them. They don't make games for Warhammer at all, really. Both fantasy and 40K. There should be Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40K RPGs. You know, maybe some new iterations in the RTS world. Definitely some more of this kind of thing, the horde, the co-op horde killer. You know, and you know, there should be some that let us do this, but like as Space Marines against things like orcs and Tyranids. You know, there's so many things they could do. There's so much potential because everything in the franchise is so developed. But they just don't. I don't know why. They just... Games Workshop refuses to capitalize on their series, and I don't know why. I'm gonna try out the new Hellbore lasgun. I haven't even used this one. It looks kind of like a shotgun. It's got a bayonet on it. Yeah, I could just think of a million games to make right now based off the franchise. But for some reason they don't do it. It wasn't until Vermintide had 2 games and were immensely successful that they were like, maybe we should get the same guys to make another game, but this time 40K. It's like, why did we have to have 2 Vermintides before you decided that people wanted a 40K Vermintide? People wanted a 40K Vermintide more than they wanted Vermintide. You just didn't give it to them. I guarantee you. Yeah, exactly, Jax. I feel like the lore is so good because, like I said, it's one of the only the only sci-fi lores I know about that people are fans of without actually like having consumed any of the media, because it's just a compelling and well-developed and fleshed out lore. But they just, it's so, the IP is so poorly managed that it's not, it could be immensely more popular than it is. What is this? Oh, it charges up? Interesting. Interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I do have a bayonet though. And that's pretty jamming. Not gonna lie. It is nice to be able to melee with your gun, you know? Sometimes a good old axe just really does it. But yeah, it could be super popular, and you know, what I really don't get is everyone's always struggling to come up with games, you know, franchises to make and games to make that will sell well, that have a built-in audience, right? That's what the remaster, sequel, they're remastering everything, they're sequelizing everything, they're remaking everything because they're trying to find stuff with a built-in audience that, you know, they can profit off of. Well, here's just a ton of potential right here. There's approximately one first-person 40K game, and that's the one I'm playing right now. There's 0 RPGs. There's 0 MMOs. There's 0 anything that isn't a turn-based grid-based game or an RTS. And the RTSs are all like 10 years old or more. So, you know, I don't get it. Ow. Every time I go over there, I get shot in the ass and lose all my shield. What? I can't see. Why aren't you guys shooting them? Why are you off by yourself?
Combat is so uncomplicated. I actually find it so...
I'm still not sure I like
There we go. No. 40K is the only universe that I will sit there and like watch those lore videos for. I don't watch lore videos for anything else, but I watch lore videos for 40K. And that's something that's remained constant too, because I used to watch lore videos years ago. I don't know how I feel about this gun. Ow, wow.
Oh dear, there's too much rubble for us to get through.
Of course, it may be possible to recharge it.
Who's this?
Yeah, that's a good point, Jax.
Cracked up to be.
That's a good point, but then again, they still attempted to make, you know, games of that style even back when they were severely limited on hardware. You just had significantly less everything. Less graphics, less enemies on screen, clunky controls, just everything was not as good. But they still could have attempted. You know, I remember playing, what was it? There were Star Wars games. Oh shit! Wow. Wow, that was lucky. But there were Star Wars games. I remember playing Star Wars games where you got to fight groups of enemies. You know, as early as like the early 2000s. I think there were some in the late 90s. So I mean, it's totally doable. They just never have. I feel like Games Workshop has just always failed to monetize it, and I don't know why. If I was like a game publisher or a game developer, I would like be asking them, like, hey, can I use your IP to make a game I know will be successful? You know what I mean? Why doesn't that happen? I mean, and it very well might. For all I know, Games Workshop might just tell everybody who asked to fuck off. I don't understand how they decide when to make what game. For example, Space Marine 1 was 11 years ago. And they waited 11 years to make a 2. I don't get it. I don't know what they're doing. Not making free money, that's for sure. Oh shit. God. Ow. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. When it comes to Star Wars, they've always made all kinds of games. One of my favorite Star Wars games was Star Wars Battlefront, and that was a big, you know, open world co-op horde multiplayer shooter thing, and they released that in like what, 2001? You know, like it was doable. Ow. And then they remade the series later. Once EA got a hold of it, they made they remade the Battlefront series 1 and 2 and made modern versions, and those were successful. So it's just, I don't know. I don't get it. It's not a franchise that gets enough love in general, let alone Warhammer specific. Which I don't understand. Every time you make a game like this, it's successful. I don't know of very many first-person co-op horde shooters that don't become successful. You know what I mean? Any one of them I've heard of or could name have all been successful. Oh yeah, Rogue Squadron was so good. I played the shit out of that. 40K needs more of those kinds of games, and they've always made them for Star Wars, so I don't understand. It's gotta be Games Workshop or something that's like getting in the way of them doing it for 40K. The original Battlefront 2, oh yeah, and Battlefront 1. Don't forget about the first one. Everybody talks about 2 because it was an improvement over the first one, but the first one existed years before that.
I wasn't convinced either. The tech priest, she is a little strange, isn't she?
Does her genius intimidate you, perhaps?
Thank the throne we don't have to deal with her that much, eh?
And the amount of gamers now is more than ever, right? The amount of people who play games is now greater than has ever been. Both by population and by percentage. So, your audience is now bigger than ever. Ow. Oh, the Emperor. Oh, shit. The Emperor can wait a second. Hold on. Yeah, there was really something to those early Battlefront games. Even though I've played both the new Battlefronts by EA, and I liked them. The campaigns, especially with the story, were very good. I liked them. But there was something really special about those early ones from the early 2000s. It had a different feel. Blah. Oh, hell yeah, get him. Kill the beast of Nurgle. So Nurgle, as you can tell, he's the chaos god of many things, but what he's most famous for is pestilence. And so, you know, you've seen one god of pestilence, you've seen them all. If you know about the Diablo one, whatever the fuck his name was, I don't even remember, then you know this one. Pestilence gods are all the same. Oh god, there's another one? Oh, ow, ow. Oh. What's up, Kumo? What's happening? What's going on? Also, how's the volume for everybody? Is it good? Oh shit, hi. You guys didn't tell me there was a giant Ogryn behind me with a shield. There we go.
Come get it!
Cover just makes it fun.
A present from my beloved.
Yes. There was a story for EAs? Yeah. Both 1 and 2 had a single-player storyline that added canon lore and characters to the franchise.
What does that do?
Just what I needed.
I forget, I love her. What is her name? The main character chick. She starts, you start playing as her, Iden is her name. You start playing as her, and she's like the daughter of an Imperial officer, and part of an elite squad for the Empire. And you play as her, and you follow her and her group through their storyline, and it's super cool. Highly recommend. The single player for both of those games is just good. I liked it considerably. The entire reason I played the second one was for the single player. Because for the most part, the multiplayer is basically about the same.
This might work.
Oh,
Drag gunner.
I shall sweep all before me!
where's he at? There he is. Get him! Another one.
No more target trapper!
Sometimes you just gotta use a bayonet, you know, even in the 41st millennium. Maybe 40,000 years in the future, and we may have technology and capabilities beyond current day understanding. But sometimes you just gotta stab them in the gut, you know what I'm saying? I don't think that's ever gonna change. I think sometimes the best method of killing something is stabbing it.
Dead Major! What do you think about our gallant explicate?
She's strange. There's everything in life is strange.
Jeez. We're all hiding because we're all low. No! Get him. Ooh. Did we get him? It's so dark and foggy. I love the atmosphere. That's another thing I really liked, and I was instantly pleasantly surprised by when they said they were going to do 40K.
I'm always useful.
It's grim dark, right? Like that's its entire aesthetic. It like kind of sets the tone for grim dark as an entire aesthetic. And I was worried they were going to get that wrong, but they got it. They got it down. It's a shame that we're confined to just the the hive world that we're on. I would love to like go elsewhere and do things, or maybe go out on like a battlefield instead of constantly being deep inside the city. That could be cool. They are planning on adding more stuff. This is technically still the beta, by the way. I don't think I ever mentioned that. This is technically still the beta, so they still have the disclaimer on everything. But they also plan on releasing it on the 30th, so, you know, they only have so much time. Oh my god. The one thing that I think is immensely unbalanced, I think everything in this game is fairly well balanced, with the exception of the Trapper. I think the Trapper is OP. They can reload too quickly, they can fire too fast, they're great, actually. They don't have a lot of downsides. I think they're a little overpowered. Oh, really? Really? Game crash? Hold on. Try it again. I can rejoin a match in progress, so I gotta hurry up and get back. I don't want to leave them Okay. Sorry, I had to check something. Hopefully they let me rejoin. All right, 1 second.
It is the 41st millennium. For 10,000 years, the Imperium has dominated the galaxy. There is only war. Every human...
Okay, all right, I'm back. Sorry, I had to get something off the door there. Oh man, that sucks. Well, hopefully. Okay, hopefully it will let me back in. Oh man, I wasn't having any problems before I started streaming it. That's always how it is. I'm gonna get a better processor motherboard at some point. Hopefully soon. Because this just ain't working. I need more cores than I got. I have 8 cores, but it's just not enough. Not if I want to be a 3D VTuber. So, and I do want to keep being a 3D VTuber. So, oh, I forgot about this loading time. It failed to join. See, they're having server issues as well, on top of my own problems. So it's hard to tell when it's a problem on my side and when it's a problem on their side, because the beta just released. This is the first full day of the beta. So it's probably the first day a lot of people are getting on it. And the servers have been... And everyone on my friends list is getting on it. Everybody who I know likes 40K. So it's definitely, I think, feeling it. But they knew this. They knew this. Fat Shark made Vermintide 1 and 2. And so they knew ahead of time the kind of demand it was going to have, which is probably why we can play it all. Now, it looks like it not only did it kick me out of the mission, but I can't even resume it. I guess that mission died. I wonder if... Oh, maybe if everyone got kicked out. Maybe that's what it is. Sequence. You've been debating getting into the tabletop. Well, I can say that you probably should. Because it's good stuff. Didn't I unlock a new cosmetic? I wonder if I get to keep it. I can say you probably should. I don't know anything about the tabletop, but I do know that the lore is awesome. So, you know. From what I understand with the tabletop, people are all about the miniatures, right? The models.
The blight has changed, and our old analyses are useless. This is where you come in. You're going into the Transit Hub HL 1611 quarantine zone. Find plague residue and scan it for the mutant strain. Recon suggests slight resistance in the area, but keep your eyes open.
Yes. Hopefully I don't get kicked this time. Doesn't feel like we've been playing this for 2 hours, but that's probably because I've only ultimately gotten through about 2 games.
Darkness, good for hunting.
That's why I can't even comprehend. Like, there's people who only stream
Chasm Station is good
for
land,
like
yes?
2 hours, and I'm like, how? I spend 2 hours getting started. Like, I don't know. I don't know how you. It takes me an hour just to get into everything and sort out any issues. I don't know how you stream for 2 hours. I'd be calling it like right about it. After this match, I would be quitting if I only streamed for 2 hours. And I feel like I've basically barely done anything. You know what I mean? That is quite a big guy. Oh, the Ogryn. You talking about the Ogryn, Luna? Where's he at? This guy back here? Yeah. He's actually a species of metahuman called Ogryn. He's technically a mutant, I think, if I remember right. But the Imperium makes an exception on their rules for things that they consider useful. And they consider the Ogryn useful as shock troops and frontline soldiers. So they just kind of turn a blind eye to the whole mutant thing. Even though technically the Imperium is against Xenos, Heretic, and Mutant. That's their thing, right? The 3 main enemies of the Imperium. Xenos being the alien races, mutants being all the various forms of metahuman and other mutated monstrosities, and heretics being traitors. So, but they make exceptions on a regular basis for things that they find useful. For example, the entire Adeptus Mechanicus, which are the ones that build all the people who build all the machines and who know how to fix things and operate the computers, and basically the ones who know how to use all the tech and do all the techie stuff. They technically worship the machine god, which is technically against the rules, because you're not really supposed to, technically religious worship is outlawed. You're not supposed to worship anything religiously. And so they're really, really, really breaking the rules on that, but they're super useful to the Imperium. So even back when the Emperor was alive, he made a deal with them when he recruited them into the Imperium and made an exception for them. Basically, it's all heresy unless the Imperium says it isn't. And then if the Imperium says it isn't, then it's not. And if you're useful enough to the Imperium, then usually they will say you're not. You know what I mean? But that should be no surprise. That's how That's how empires tend to be anyway.
Not one word.
I'll give us a breath.
That's your tough,
Any sort of imperialistic faction of any universe usually operates like that.
Don't trust her patter or her smile. Definitely not her dealing.
He even walks like a troll. He's huge. So he.
Here, zealots, ammo.
The Ogryn are massive, and they're often used to do things that normal humans can't. For example, they can use Space Marine weapons. They can use bolter weapons and other large weaponry, like the flamers and the melta-guns and all the really big ones that you only see Space Marines carrying. The Ogryn can carry them because they're just big, hulky boys. And them being big, hulky boys makes them great shock troops. So, and they're dumb. They're... How do I put this politely, but in a way that... They're just not... They have troll levels of intelligence. We'll just put it that way. However intelligent you think a fantasy troll is, Ogryn are maybe a little more intelligent than that, or maybe not, depending on what fantasy troll lore you're using as a reference. Roughly about the same level of intelligence.
We'll have to recharge it.
They don't even usually speak in complete sentences. They speak, you know, very basically.
Cease your whimpers, hound.
Ow. I was... Yeah.
To track down our quarry.
Okay, we have to find the corruption using this detector thing. All while under attack by the Emperor's enemies. Beset on all sides. There it is. Ah.
Scout varlets. Life is such a fleeting pleasure.
Ready in crowd control.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those things where if we had more Warhammer games in general, more people would be into the lore and everything like that. At least the basics of it. Because there's a lot of people who know the basics of Halo, right? Even if they're not like huge fans of the series, just because they've played the games, you know? Chaos Hound, get back here! Watch out, Ogryn! Got him, jeez. He's a fast Bowie, that's the thing about them.
This is a suitable location, varlets. Why are you not scanning?
Has it been performing okay? Other than maybe the massive, like, latency that may still be there. Whoa!
You can stop shooting the Rager!
I hate the Ragers. Right, where are we supposed to go? Oh. You guys still haven't found all the things? Come on now. We gotta find the things for the Emperor. Ow.
Triangulate your position on the servo skull to acquire new targets.
Yes. So, for example, that person talking to us, they're a tech priest for the Mars Mechanicus. Which is, or technically now they're called the Adeptus Mechanicus. But they, it's the same thing, ultimately. They just changed their name when they joined the Imperium officially. Yeah. Good to know. I'm glad other than that it's fine. And at least now I know like what I need to do. Because I've been struggling for a while. Sometimes it feels like I'm GPU bound, but I think a lot of times I'm CPU bound. So I'm definitely going to fix that first and see if that helps. Because even buying a processor and a motherboard, well, depending on what processor you buy, but hopefully buying something with more of a value proposition like from AMD will allow me to.
Upload your findings and proceed.
Because really what I just need more of is cores.
This is most disappointing. Continue the survey in the adjoining structure.
Because right now, I think it's still sitting at 46% usage on my GPU. Normally, games where I'm GPU bound, I'm sitting at 99%. So this game I think is well optimized, but it seems to be CPU heavy. And with all of my OBS, VTuber Plus and VC Face all running at the same time, like it eats up all my processing power.
Go on, Bill. I always like a cautionary tale. Would like to press that one. Medicaid!
Oh hell yeah!
Oh mercy, I regret I cannot aid you.
Yes. Kill them with an axe. Gimme.
More of them! Coming right in!
That's something. Take it out.
Ow, ow, ow. Stop it. It also does a great job of capturing the brutality of the 40K universe, which is something I also really like about it. Gives you kind of an idea.
Sure, we can't take a quick rummage through those stocks.
Ammo.
Yes. Oh shit, why? Good job, guys.
Medipack down!
Yes. But yeah, basically I wanted to play a lot more of this game and I had to stream today, so I won't be able to play it tomorrow. So I was like, well, you know, I better just stream it. Especially since I told you guys I was going to do that anyway.
We've got the Rager.
Oh my god. Yes. Oh, the Emperor. I need more, something. You know what I mean? Liquid. That's what it is. I need more liquid.
Readings confirm high probability of outbreak
How you guys doing?
close proximity.
Could be a trap.
Join up with one another.
Oh, there is an ammo box. Those are super useful.
Ammo crate.
Don't worry, guys. I got it. Yes. Does it though? Dude, this axe. So there's other weapons. There's other melee weapons, but the axe is just so good.
Hold up, old heretic.
Coming in.
Oh shit, I hear a horde. Where's he at? There it is. There's the horde.
Feel free to pitch in.
This is cathartic.
There's a code for this too.
Oh, there's just something. It's just something cathartic. That's why these games, these co-op horde fighting games are so popular. Because people like to just join a team and just
Only it's cleaner.
slaughter all the things.
This would appear to be the place. Commence your scan.
Oh no.
Oh, go get him, big man.
Surely heretics.
Ow! 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 Oh. Do you think? I think we're gonna need this here. Oh shit! No! Those guys will really. Ow! Those guys will really get me if I let them. Oh, I hate them because they're resistant to melee. Damn it! No! Get him! Kill him! Holy shit! This is like when having a gun is basically pointless.
Here, zealots. Ammo.
Your specs has limited range.
Damn it.
Move to the server skull at once.
Oh no! No! This is bad. There's a guy down in the middle of a horde. There we go. Got him. Flamer.
Tops flamer.
He needs healing, Templar.
Yes. Here they come.
Trapper's dead.
I always feel like when I play these games, I always feel like it's fairly, like I love them, but I feel like it's fairly boring as far as content goes. Because there's not a whole lot to talk about other than like what's happening and the lore, and really what's happening is I'm stabbing them real good. And I don't know how to elaborate on that, you know what I mean? But then again, some of the most popular games on Twitch are shooters that I feel like make for boring stream games. So I realize that I'm not the target audience. Oh shit. Oh fuck. But I still feel it every time because I feel the need to talk about something, but I'm too busy stabbing them real good. Ow, why me? He wasn't even locked on to me. That's BS. Get where? The Trapper. Trapper's so ridiculously OP with how fast and accurate they can shoot that net.
Headshot.
Moving thine feet. Feet is being moved.
Shift your feet. Got a present for ya.
I threw a grenade, you know, to really separate us from the horde. Come on up here, guys. Come on. Go, go. We ain't got all day. Get out of here. Good thing there's no team damage as far as I know on this difficulty. Probably is on higher difficulties. We're playing on normal right now. Because normal can be pretty tough sometimes. Especially since I have very little actual weapons. Oh no, why me? Why is it always me? Put me down. Oh god. I'll never understand why somebody, yeah. Well, I get liking to play games like Call of Duty. What I don't get is liking to watch people play Call of Duty. You know what I mean? Like, if that's all there is, then sure, I'll watch somebody play Call of Duty. But that's never all there is. Not nowadays. So like maybe back before the internet became what it is now, I used to watch people play games I didn't particularly care for just because I was watching them play a game. But nowadays, you can choose what you watch and who you watch do it. So it's like, I don't get it. Obviously, I'm not the target audience. I'm sure that, you know, somebody whose brain works differently than mine enjoys watching that. I don't. So I can't even like begin to really understand it. But you know, that's just how it is. We're all different, and I've accepted there's some things I'm just never gonna understand. Makes perfect sense to them. How was that all of us that killed 1,000 enemies, or was that just me that killed 1,000 enemies? I think that was all of us. That had to be all of us. Had to be. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I do have to leak and grab a drink. Also, what's up, Wood Dog?
I am Ivan Rannick, interrogator to Inquisitor Grendel. Sensoria reports in the last 12 hours have uncovered unauthorized communication broadcasts aboard the ship. Someone on board the Morning Star is relaying information to the surface, to the enemy. There is a traitor among us. Everyone is a suspect. I suggest you raise your game and make a conspicuous effort to prove yourself, starting now.
Okay, and I'm back. I missed the cutscene. What cutscene did I miss? What happened? What happened? Was it Inquisitor? Was some Inquisitor? Did some Inquisitor be like, "Yo, word dog, I got a big dick"?
Unit operational.
Probably something along those lines. That's what I'm gonna go with.
Function terminated.
They had a baby.
I will.
Really? Damn. Say it ain't so, Woods. What happened then? What is this? Oh. That's where you heal, I guess. Looks like a med bay. Where's that thing I'm looking for? There's a thing. Somebody bring me the thing. There's a thing.
Sergeant Major, your operatives' reports lack sufficient data. I must know everything that occurs.
Your face lacks sufficient data. Oh, here's what I'm looking for.
Must you be so distracting?
Oh, I'm almost there with this. So these are challenges, and they give me the special monies. And with the special monies, I can buy limited edition weapons. And sometimes they're good, and sometimes they're not. I can also roll, so I can just let it RNG me some weapons.
I have a bad feeling about this.
You're doing better than I expected.
It was some Inquisitor dude, bro. That sounds just like the Inquisition. Dude bros, every one of them. Some pretty spicy romantic interactions. Oh god, you guys make me want to go back and watch my own VOD. I want spicy novellas of the Inquisition in 40K. That would be awesome. That would also be funny as hell. Everyone would laugh their ass off because the Inquisition are like, they're known as the fun killers, right? They're super serious all the time. They're stingy and stagnant and unfun. You know, it's just kind of part of being an Inquisitor. And so it would be super funny if they did anything out of the ordinary like that. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not so good. I'm eating toast in case you're wondering what I was munching on. I'm required to eat food. I don't know why either. Send it back.
I've got a kill mission gone active down in the torrent. Lucky you.
Oh, hell yeah.
The target's turned an enforcer station into a private bolt hole. Ironic or what? You'll go in through the sewers, then make your way through the underhouse. Enjoy the pretty side of the torrent.
So, another thing to note about the lore is the Imperial Guard has been called in, and that usually doesn't happen unless shit's already gone down to the point where the Planetary Defense Force can't handle it. Because by default, every planet in the Imperium has to maintain a defense force, a self-defense force. Because the Imperium controls like a billion worlds. A million worlds or a billion worlds? I don't remember. A shitload. And so they can't be everywhere at once. And even with warp travel, it can take time to get places. So you have to have a planetary defense force that usually deals with most threats as they arise. Once the Imperial Guard is called in, shit has already gone down. It's already really bad. Ow. Excuse me. How dare he eat without sharing? It's literally just toast, Fox. If you want to come make me food, though, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Ow.
Stop showing off.
I definitely lack the awesome meals that Fox has. That's for sure. The Inquisition only approves of the missionary position. Anything else is blasphemy. That is hilarious, Luna. Oh God, Jax, no. Dude, they should. Oh God, you know how everybody's doing these meme dating sims now, where you can date like anything and everything. It's, you know, it doesn't even have to be like, it could, you know, it doesn't matter. You like furries, they got furry dating sims. You like vehicles, they got vehicle dating sims. You know, you like birds, there's a bird dating sim. There's everything. So why not? Why not a 40K dating sim, where one of the options is to date an Inquisitor? That would be so funny. They would never sign off. Games Workshop would never let you do that, but it would be so funny. I would be so funny. It would be funnier than the KFC dating one, which is up there with some of the funniest I think I've seen. Ow. But it would be so funny, especially if the Inquisitor was like what Jex did, where it's like all timid and stuff. Oh, because they're one thing Inquisitors never are is timid. Oh. It would be so funny. Yes. Oh, well, if you make it, you absolutely have to throw Baka in there, you know? He has to say the line. He or she. You could do both.
If we continue,
traditionally, Inquisitors have been portrayed as men in the media, but as evidenced with this game, sometimes they're women. We've seen 2 female Inquisitors in this game, which is far more than I think I've ever seen in any other game. Which I really like. I really appreciate that, because the 40K franchise has been primarily male dominated, and so it's super cool when you see things like, everyone loves Lieutenant Mira from the original Space Marine game, which is the game we just played recently, like last week before. And because she's one of the few female like characters that you see. You don't see a lot of female characters in general. The only time you see a lot of female characters is when it's Eldar, because they're space elves. So it's super cool to see like record amount of female characters coming out for 40K specifically. Because it's not like they're not there. Every human being in the Imperium every human being in the Imperium has to participate in the war machine in some respect. That's everything from farming to military service to, you know, administration. Doesn't matter. Every person has to participate, and so there's females in every role. You just, for some reason, they've never really done a good job of representing them in the 40K universe. Probably because everyone likes to focus on the Space Marines. In which case, yeah, there aren't female Space Marines. At least as far as I know. There may be some exception to that rule, but generally there are no female Space Marines. Just because they're organic, they're grown from birth, right? So like they take a child at like, I forget, 10 or something like that, and they start implanting them with these implants and putting them through treatment, augmentation, and training to become a Space Marine. And if they survive, they become a Space Marine. So it's one of those situations where they just like only pick men for the physiological reasons. But the Sisters of Battle proved that chicks can kick ass in power armor. They're just not genetically and how do you call it, biomechanically engineered super soldiers.
Good info cells know their beat from the feel of the street.
Look at all them headshots. Thank you, Fox. I do like to shoot him in the face. That's like one of my favorite things. Gotta shoot him in the face. Also gotta eat this toast. I promise I will eat real food later.
Engaging critical targets.
Get him.
Don't feel right without a cold.
Smack it. I want the chainsword so bad. You guys have no idea how badly I want the chainsword.
Needing cover.
It may not even be like super good, but I want it. You know what I mean? Because it's a very iconic weapon. I hope it's good in this game, but I could see them making it not good. Just because it would be kind of OP otherwise. Ow. Ow. How's these headshots? And by headshots, I mean the part where I'm lobbing their heads off completely. I also like how this game has gore settings. That's not like a thing you typically see a lot of. But it has settings, separate, there's like 5 different settings for the gore and dismemberment. And if I had a better computer, I would turn that shit up and see what it looks like on max. Ow. But we're currently having to play on 720p because I insist on being a 3D VTuber. So, you know. One day. There's the Hound. Where's he at? Yeah. Ah. Oh god, it's so bad. Everything is dead. Get him. Have an explosion or 3.
Efficiency, Roughneck. That's why you don't cross me, yeah?
Did we do it?
You're troubled.
We did. Okay.
Why is that?
Play cards with our pilot. You don't want to know what I lost.
Illegal gambling, I take it. I'll pretend I didn't hear.
I'm the card sharp around here, not her. She'll learn.
This whole district's crumbling. I pity those who still live around here.
Praise the god, Emperor.
Hell yeah. No, don't let them exist. Lob their heads off. It's just so effective, you know? Like, sure, you can shoot them. But, like, lobbing their heads off, it's just clean and effective, you know? Oh, fuck. Ow, ow, ow. Yeah. Yeah, usually what you saw was in Halo specifically, usually what you saw was Spartan 3s because they lacked the requirements for becoming a Spartan because they weren't as technically as good or as expensive as the Spartan 2s. Spartan 2s were immensely expensive. Master Chief is a Spartan 2 in the Spartan program. So Master Chief is a Spartan 2. They're immensely expensive and costly, and they have to be trained from birth, much like with the 40K Space Marines. That you take them at like 8 or 10, and you put them through the augmentation and the training and everything like that, just like with the Space Marines. And because that's generally, you know, accepted as the best way to create the ultimate augmented human is if you take them when they're basically just starting to develop, and you kind of control how they develop, and then you can make them bigger, better, faster, stronger, literally. And so given that their ultimate goal is to build the ultimate super soldier, usually females are left out of the of super soldier programs in general in sci-fi because physiologically, all things being equal, the males are usually stronger and more durable, just because of the you know, the what do you call it, the science, nature, I don't know. But you know, as with all things, there's always exceptions. As with all things, there's always exceptions, and I always like to see when that's you know, when that's represented. But you also got to keep in mind a lot of this stuff, especially when it comes to these sci-fi franchises like Halo and 40K and things like that. A lot of that stuff, a lot of those programs are just kind of like outright one brush stroke kind of approaches to creating super soldiers. So it's like they just have a rule. You know, but just like only take males, because even though there are some females that you could probably go through it, it's just by and large, especially since they a lot of them die in their creation anyway, so to give them the best possible chance of success, they just general rule. That's why I like the Sisters of Battle so much, because they're basically female Space Marines. They're not, according to the lore, they're not genetically, you know, they're not augmented with 20 different implants and grown from birth like the Space Marines. But what they are is extremely zealous and capable. And combined with powered armor and the power of their faith, quite literally, they can come up to almost Space Marine level in terms of their just raw power and combat prowess. I love the Sisters of Battle. The Adeptus Sororitas are not talked about enough, and there's not enough lore on them, but there is a considerable amount of lore on them, even though by comparison there isn't, if you compare it to the other stuff. Because they're awesome. They can do things like it's much like the orcs. The orcs have this power where belief can materialize into reality. They have something similar with their faith, whereas if they believe hard enough in the Emperor and stuff, they can manifest miracles in reality, like making their weapons do more damage or having a mortal wound be nothing more than like a scratch, you know, stuff like that. Being able to conjure up, I think there's at least more than one. I think there's multiple instances of them being able to summon literal like angels. Don't ask how. I don't know. I haven't read the lore on that, but I do know that they can use their faith to. If a whole bunch of them believe hard enough, they can summon battle angels, basically, which are exactly that. They're just ethereal, angelic. You know, imagine the angels in the Diablo franchise, and you've got something similar, where they're just immensely powerful beings that can come down and lay waste to the enemies. I said last time we played a 40K game, and I'll say it every time we play a 40K game. I wish they had a Sisters of Battle game. They have a VR one, but it's the reviews for it are terrible. The screenshots for it look like kind of meh. Basically, it's like they wanted to make a VR 40K game where you go through first person and shoot stuff, and they were like, how do we get somebody to buy this mediocre VR game? Well, we'll make it about the one thing there's never any games about, and that alone will be enough to sell it. And it's been almost enough multiple times when I had the money to do it, even though the reviews are bad, even though the game looks meh. Just because it's about the Sisters of Battle, I want to get it. I love them so much. They're awesome. They're an awesome representation of how through skill and determination, they are just like on par with some of the best the Imperium has to offer, right? Which again, in a heavily male-dominated universe, is super cool to see. And there's something admirable about how much they believe. The angels or the archangels, those are very different kinds of angels, yes. Ow. 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 So in, I don't really know what they would be more akin to, honestly, because I haven't, like I said, I haven't consumed the lore on the manifestation. I've heard about them in tertiary, you know, like in and around, watching lore videos on other things. They've talked about these happenings where they've summoned literal angels onto the battlefield, and those angels proceeded to lay waste to the enemies of the Imperium. So probably, you know, think of a very powerful, whatever you want, you know, a very powerful angelic looking being, big wings. They look like, you know, an archangel from the Renaissance depictions. You know, maybe they're carrying a giant holy sword of some kind, you know.
I suppose.
I don't even know if they go into specifics. I need to go look that up, because it's but as with all the 40k lore, it's probably pulled out of multiple books, and I'm not gonna go read every book, so I'm gonna have to go find a lore video on it or something, which can be hard to do sometimes if you're looking for something specific. But there's so much 40k like lore, like dedicated content. They've got podcasts out there. There's dedicated YouTube channels and everything like that. So like it's probably out there. It's just a matter of finding it. Like the way, like I said, the way I heard about that stuff was like watching videos related to other things. Like particularly I was watching history videos, like the timeline videos and things like that, like what happened when and that kind of thing. I really like those. Ow. Oh God, no! By the Emperor! There's so many! Oh. I need like a ton of health, but this is a boss fight, so we're not gonna get that. What we are gonna get is some enemies and melee kills. If you're wondering why I just suddenly stop everything and go for melee kills when my shield is low, it's because melee kills regenerate your toughness, which is that blue shield bar I keep losing. It's basically your shield in this game. And so getting melee kills replenishes it. So I like have to stop everything and get a bunch of melee kills to replenish my shield. Ow. God, he spawned the ranged boys. No. Oh God, no. I really like the music too. They did an excellent job of the music. I was concerned about that also. But it's like this techno gothic music, which works very well for the to be on brand for 40k. It's pretty much exactly what I would expect. Did we win? Oh, good, we won. That one took longer. Normally, I finish them in 22 minutes. That one took almost 30 because we were messing around too much. Yeah, I could talk about... There's certain things I could talk about all day, every day, and 40k is definitely one of those things. I'm just enamored by the universe. It's just too bad there's not that many, you know, games. That's why I was so specifically looking forward to Darktide and Space Marine 2, because I know both of those are good games. They're going to be good games, and they, you know, and they're new. I don't know why Games Workshop just didn't really make, like, they made games, 40K games, but again, they were those like tactical hex grid turn-based bullshit games, and I don't. More power to you if you like those kinds of games, but that's all they made for 10 years, and I'm like, why?
Nut.
Why? Nut. Exactly. Nut, Lenny. Thank you.
Nut.
Way to nut. Thank you for nutting. Wait.
Nut.
Yeah, one out, basically, yes.
Nut.
Nut. He's still doing it. He's still nutting.
You're heading into the torrent. Rannick's identified a target that wants eliminating. The target's holed up at an enforcer station, using it as a fortress
Smack.
or something. You'll have quite a
Slap
walk to
him
get
around a
there,
little
but
bit.
good
You know how
news,
it is.
Everyone will be shooting at you.
Lenny. Lenny. Why isn't working? What do you mean, why isn't working? There's a huge delay. Is it still going on? Yeah, I apologize. There's been a huge delay since everything's screwed up. And the beginning. Well, I say everything's screwed up. I learned the limits of my current capabilities technologically, which means that I'm gonna have to like sell more soap so I can buy a new processor and a new motherboard. So if you want some soap, you can totally go get yourself some soap. I think, hold on, do I have a soap command? I do have a soap command. There we go. You can go get you some soap, you know. You need some soap. Everybody needs soap. Who doesn't? Oh, and I'm gonna for educational purposes. Sorry, the sniper can like legitimately like one shot through your shield and half your health in one go. So I don't mess around when it comes to them. But anyway, for your edification, I'm working on a liquid soap recipe. So I'll be able to offer liquid soap as well as bar soap, because I heard some people only do the liquid soap. Which is, you know, it's fair. Not everybody likes the bar. The difference is mine will be real soap. There's a lot of liquid soap is actually not soap, it's detergent, which, if you don't know, detergent and soap are two different classifications of things. In order to be soap, it has to be soap. It has to have the chemical makeup of soap, whereas detergent doesn't. Detergent can be any surfactant that helps to, you know, helps to carry things away, unbind things, rid the object of unwanted stuffs. But it's not technically soap, and so a lot of them will work differently because they'll all have different chemical makeups. Clothes washing detergent is a great example, as is as dish soap, because a lot of dish soap is not actual soap, and we just call clothing detergent. We don't even call it soap because it hasn't been soap for a long time. You can still buy clothes soap, but most people don't. They buy detergent. So mine will be real soap. That's an important differentiator because a lot of people complain that soap leaves their skin feeling dry. And I'm here, and they'll even go so far as to leave bad reviews on soap because it left its skin dry. I think I saw a review recently where some lady was like, this soap is terrible. It leaves my skin feeling dry. Soap shouldn't do that. And actually, yes, soap should do that. If it has soap in it, if it is soap, it absolutely should leave your skin feeling dry. That's why they sell soaps with oils and butters and things in them, to help with that. Because if it's real soap, it's going to strip the oil off your skin, which is going to leave it feeling dry. But it also means that it's actually clean, which may or may not be the case depending on the detergent used. Little lesson in soapology for you guys. I've played this game for, you know, between the beta and now, I've probably played this game for like 20 hours, and I didn't realize that I had a flashlight on the las gun. Why? But yeah, it always gets me when people say stuff like that. It's like, soap shouldn't dry out your skin. It should. Actually, it should. You may not like it, and that's fair. More power to you. You don't want to use soap? Don't use soap. Use whatever you want to use. But don't fault the soap for doing what soap does. I will say that getting one that's got like shea butter or something in it is significant, helps with that significantly. One of the soaps I sold recently did have shea butter in it, and it I think is my favorite one when it comes to it. You know, when I want to wash my hands or my face or something, but I don't want to dry it out too much. If I'm already too dry, then I can use that because it doesn't feel. It actually leaves it feeling kind of nice and smooth and creamy instead of dry and chalky. Which is how I find most things, including dish soap. Anything that strips the oils off my hands does that, because I have a problem with staying with keeping certain parts of me hydrated. Don't ask. But essentially anything that cleans will do that to me. My hands, my face, and my arms. Sometimes my feet. Those will dry out so bad that I have to use lotion and chapstick, especially during the winter. It's the worst during the winter. But that's just a function of my body. Apparently doesn't like to keep certain parts oiled, for lack of a better word. Like, the rest of me will be fine, but it's like my hands, my arms, my lips, and my feet will dry out specifically really badly during the winter. And so I hate doing dishes during the winter for that reason, because I'm already struggling to keep my hands from being dry. I can't stand that feeling. So that's part of the problem, is I can't stand the feeling of dry hands. because I have a thing about this, like, about dry, chalky stuff. I can't stand it. Anything heavily powdered, like chalk or any sort of fine powder, diatomaceous earth, baking soda, you know, anything like flour, anything like that. I hate all of it, the feeling of all of it, because it's got this like dry, it sucks all the moisture out. It's dry, it's grainy, gritty. I don't know. Might be some trigger, might be like an autistic trigger in my brain, but I cannot stand that. What is the recon las gun? I've never seen one of these. It's 10,000. The chain sword. Oh, but it's shit. It's a common chain sword. We're still doing it.
Purchase approved.
We're still doing it. Still doing it. It's a shit sword. But we're doing it because I've been trying to get the chain sword this entire time. Also, we're gonna try out the recon las gun because I don't know what the recon one is. I think most people end up with drier skin in the winter. I feel like that's probably the case.
Greetings.
I feel like there's something to that too. I don't know what it is exactly, but there's got to be something to it, right? Oh, there's not like any... I could just get some more stamina, but it's... Nah. Alright, let's try out both these new guns. Or weapons, rather. Technically a weapon, not a gun. But you know what I mean.
We've got a high-value target down in the torrent. You're to take it out. The Enforcer station's abuzz with heretic activity, so it's a good bet you should be looking there. Go in through the sewers, find your way up to the streets, execute the target, don't let me down.
Yes. Look at this. Yes. Look at it. It's a chain sword. Ow, 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 ow. Listen, everyone else left me behind. Fuck off. Why did I spawn in wounded? Oh, I joined a match in progress. Can we do it? Check this out. Oh, dude, it's brutal. How does this work? Holy. Oh, I like this. I like the recon las gun. That's nice. It's basically like a las gun SMG. But yeah, I think I'm gonna start doing more soaps now that I've gotten, you know, serious about the soap making and done various kinds. I think I'm gonna do some that have butters and oils in them. You know, just because I personally like them better. I want to do the rev thing again. So if you rev the weapon and then attack with it, you can do a special cleave attack on an enemy where it just rips through him.
Ears as foul as a sinner's breath.
Oh shit, sharpshooter. Come on, dude.
Oh, everything's shut off! And I can use the shopping.
Oh man, I was gonna get him with my newfound chainsword. Everyone I want to get with the chainsword dies before I can hit them with it. Also, why are we in such a bad way? Like, what happened when I wasn't here? Oh, we've got one of those debuffs on us where we can only have half health. I see. I see, okay. Damn, I want to use it. Oh no. Oh, it's the beast of Nergy boy. Dude, this thing works so well. No! Yeah! Dude, why did I just get kill a monstrosity in 20 seconds or less? We did. We killed that thing in record time. It's also amazing to me, stuff like this, because the cities and population centers are so big, there's just whole areas that people just abandon for one reason or another and then just leave them. They're just abandoned. And so those are the places where usually something really bad will get out of control. Which is exactly the kind of reason why the Inquisition has no sense of humor. Because they're kind of like in charge of making sure that if anything like that happens, they're on top of it and get it fixed before it gets out of hand. Because what you have to remember is the Imperium owns like a bazillion worlds, right? And has a population in the quintillions or something. And every time something bad happens, it costs, even if it's a small, minor problem, it costs tons and tons of lives because of the way everything is. Oh. Ah! For example, one gene stealer cult can overthrow an entire world if left undetected and unchecked. Because that's literally their sole purpose. I love my flashlight. I love that I have it. Taking this grimoire. But yeah, so when one misstep can cost you a world, that's why they have no sense of humor and why they're super strict on everything. Because one minor issue just snowballs in this universe so easily. In the 40K universe, one minor issue becomes a major problem in fairly quickly. One closet meeting of a gene stealer cult can lead to losing an entire world and you having to commit exterminatus on it, which is basically where you extinguish all life on a planet. Ow! Because it's so out of control, you can't hope to do anything else. It's just best to wipe it. Hopefully it's... Whoa, shit! I like this. I like this. The recon las gun is good. Has very little recoil too. Whoa. Because I equated the Inquisition before I learned about the lore with you know, like our own experience with the Spanish Inquisition and stuff like that, right? And I was like, okay, you know, it kind of makes sense. I just thought they were like, you know, overzealous and needlessly overzealous. And you know, all that jazz. But I wouldn't say it's needless after learning about the lore. It's still overzealous, and it's, you know, they're still often seen as you know, the bad guys for many well-deserved reasons. But when one small thing can cost you a world or a bunch of worlds, it makes sense why they're so overzealous.
You should be able to access the elevator.
Heading back! Oh, that ain't good.
I love this thing. Oh, ripped apart. Okay, I'm coming. I was testing on my cool new chain sword, okay? It's okay. It's fine.
Had been true, they'd still be around.
Enforcers? Not worth the effort. They're no friends of the starving.
Maybe we'll get it straightened out when the war's done.
Yes. There he is.
He said you were mine.
Oh yeah? Is that right? Oh no, not the big Bowie. Kill him! Ow. Oh shit. Ooh. Kill him in record time. There's probably an achievement. Die, heretic. Yes. Oh, hell yeah. That was record time. I've never defeat him that fast. We should get like something extra for defeating him that quickly. I feel like anyway. Okay. I want to try out some of these other guns, because I know there's other guns. And they're like slowly introducing new guns to me, like one at a time. So I don't know when we've hit the limit, when that's as many guns, because I know they plan on adding more. This is the beta, and their roadmap says they're going to add more everything as they go on. So I don't know how many are currently in the game. But that Recon las gun, that was a good buy. That was really good. I like that. It's like an SMG, but it hits really hard. I kind of want to get rid of the Hellbore. Yeah, because I don't think I'm ever going to use that. Like, it's okay. But I will probably at some point find something better. Also, they have different stats, not just damage. So, like, there's all these different stats for the weapons, like damage, cleave, finesse, mobility. You know, different ones have different stats. There's defense on the shovel, but not on the sword. And on the axe, there's penetration, but not on the sword. On the sword, there's cleave, but not on the axe. Even though the axe has a cleave targets bar as well, which is how many targets it can cleave at once. So there's all these different things. Different types of damage, different abilities and stuff like that, which is super cool. And they have perks like Thunderstrike. Different ones have different perks. Brutal Momentum. This one doesn't have any because it's a piece of shit salvage chainsword. But hopefully, at some point. That's why I'm reluctant, even though I have two identical swords, to get rid of one, because this one has way higher cleave damage than this one. But it also has significantly less damage in general. But it can cleave. It's tough to know which ones to get rid of. I think I'm definitely getting rid of the tactical axe. I don't think I'm a fan. I think I like the shovel. Combat axe is good. The shovel is really good. We're gonna do a round with the shovel because it's good. The shovel is good. The shovel is an actual weapon in this, yes. And it's actually a good one. I like it. It's just your basic trench shovel. It's a World War II trench shovel. It's the exact design of a World War II trench shovel. Or World War I. Which means it has a serrated edge and a sharp edge. And when you attack with it in this game, you flip it around to the serrated edge side and swing really hard, which is why it has cleave damage. And I like that reach that it has because of the handle. So you can just swing pretty far out in front of yourself and decapitate the things in front of you before they're able to get to you. And it's got a wide arc on it because you're swinging it from the handle. And so you can engage a lot of targets at once. I really like the shovel. It might still be my favorite weapon for Darktide specifically, just because of its ability to crowd control. My second favorite so far is the heavy axe because it cleaves through armored targets as well. A power hit from the heavy axe can take out a lot of specials in one blow, which can't be said for any of the other melee weapons.
I hope you're up for another kill mission, because that's what's happening right now. Your target's cowering in the old enforcer station, just waiting for you. You'll have to get deep into the courthouse.
Oh, is that right, Luna? You could be right. I didn't look at everything. I'm just impressed at the amount of different variables the weapons have. All the weapons. Most games like this, their weapons are, you know, they'll have like a damage stat, maybe a fire rate, you know, you'll get 2 or 3 of your standard variables, and then they'll all differ depending on the weapon. But you never, I can't recall a time I've gotten this granular with the weapon-specific variables. Each weapon has its own specific variable sets. that all do different things.
Looking forward to this.
And that's just super cool. And had to be hell of a program. But Fat Shark, since they did Vermintide, they had some baseline code to work with. So I'm assuming they just used that. But when they first did this, it was probably hell to program, I would imagine. If for no other reason, then you have to sit there and define that many different information fields. My brain hates that kind of thing. Some people can zone out to that sort of thing, and again, this goes back to everybody's different. Some people can zone out to that level of thing. I can't. It just drives me insane because of my ADHD autistic brain. So it's like, I cannot physically stand it. I will have to, like, leave. Get up. It's like that with, like, when I do math homework, it's like that a lot. My brain specifically hates math. And so if I force myself to do it for a long duration, I will get irrationally angry, and I will probably have to take breaks because it's awful. My body physically rejects it. Like, I get antsy and itchy and mad and all that kind of thing against my will, mind you. Like, I know this is happening, and it's still, you know, because it's the antithesis of the way my brain works. My brain is very chaotic. And so anything structured and organized like that, it hates it. Which is funny because I also really enjoy things like management games. So I don't ask me to be specific on how that works because I don't know. Do you choose the names? You do choose the names. Someone is named Trans Rights? Hell yeah. Oh yeah, they are. They're right there. I did not even look at the names. Yes.
Yes! Killing for everybody!
Yes. That's awesome. The shovel. This is the shovel. The shovel to end all shovels. Yeah, you do get to. I just let mine auto generate because I couldn't pick. Like, it wouldn't let me name it any variation of my name. It just wouldn't. It just kept airing it out and telling me like I didn't have enough characters in the name, and I definitely did. So I don't know why it kept doing that, but I let it auto generate a name and then it was fine. Probably because some beta glitch, I would imagine. Because it said it said that it was specifically not enough characters, when it was more than enough. It wasn't even close. Because I was going to be Rhetorical Blade, right? And it was like, you must have at least 6 characters. And I'm like, Rhetorical Blade has at least 6 characters. Okay. I thought maybe it was like, sometimes they won't tell you when your name violates a naming policy. Some games won't tell you about that. It'll just give you a generic error, and once you remove the offending term out of your name, then it'll let you. So I initially thought it was Blade that was the problem, but I took Blade out, and it was still an issue. So I don't know. Because there's one game where I played recently that I signed up, and I'm Rhetorical Blod on it because I can't, if I put the word Blade, their naming filter won't let me. It'll be like violates naming agreement or whatever the fuck. And I'm like, okay. because there's some games that consider the word blade to be a censor-worthy word. I don't get, like, I don't get where that came from. Why is that a word that needs censoring? That's a word that only needs censoring because of usage, in which case, like, that's not... How often? Oh, how often is that a problem, honestly? There's way worse things that have way more meaning that get through the filter. But the word blade, no. That's too edgy.
Find your way through the house.
The word blade is entirely too edgy. So we have to censor it. But yet we can name ourselves some sort of, like, you know, cultural slur. That's fine. But the word blade, no. No. Don't be ridiculous. Also, you can do this with the sword. You can stab forward with it, and you can do it quicker after a swing than you can do another swing. So I like to use it for, like, finishing, because you can do it slightly faster than you can do 2 swings. Where is everyone? Dude, this recon las gun, why isn't everyone using it? Ow, ow, ow.
Reloading. I feel another headshot coming on.
Why don't we give this to, like, everyone? Why is it only recon? It seems like a great front line weapon. It may be a range thing. It has virtually no range. Dale, did you just go take a shit? He did. It smells awful. That's the 3rd one today.
Ammo here,
Ow. Oh.
I'm of the firm opinion that air
Oh, it's hitting me.
shouldn't be
I hope
bright
that's... Hold on. I have to go check. It's hitting me something fierce. I need to go make sure that's not on the floor. But this is a terrible time. He always does this. I will sit there doing schoolwork for like 6 hours. But the minute I start playing a game that takes 20 minutes, that is when he does something that demands my attention. Like shitting on the floor or something. Be fine.
Ammunition.
Do homework for 8 hours. That's fine. But and he won't do anything for those 8 hours. But then as soon as I'm in the middle of something that takes 20 minutes, that's the time.
Looks like it reached the enforcer station.
Ooh. Oh God. Thank you for that. He's setting off all the barrels.
Root, can you see the ammunition?
Why are you setting off all the barrels? Barrels. Ow, ow. Ba-doom.
Right in the head.
Yes. It is but a taste. Oh no. Don't want to waste ammo. Get him! Get him! Kill him dead. There's not enough killing him dead happening. Ow. Yeah, I just love the reach on this shovel. The reach is so good. And it has a very satisfying plump when you hit something. Huh. Good evening, 16 by 9 play. Good evening, Chorizo Joe. What's happening? What's going on? What's going on with you? How you doing, Joe? Also, there may or may not be a huge delay. I don't know if the delay's on the video, not the audio, as I understand it. I think. Yeah. Based off what Luna has told me, that is what I have, I think, surmised. Oop.
Heavy. Do you understand?
I love that. The very cathartic feeling. Whoa. Dude, can't see. Need a flashlight. There we go. I tried the bayonet. I forgot I don't have a bayonet. I have a flashlight. Not a bayonet, though. Why are you all squeezed? We have to play this in 720p. We have to, oh, the delay is the stream, okay. We have to play in 720p because, my computer cannot handle everything at full resolution. So that's why I'm all squeezed. Shouldn't be too squeezed. Is it me? No, I seem fine. It's the game that's squeezed.
We do the enforcer's job for them, yes?
If I'm squished, I don't know what to tell you, because I'm not broadcasting it squished on my end.
You prop yourself up on
But I am streaming this game in 720, which I normally don't do. Hopefully I can have that fixed sooner rather than later.
You think that you're soldiers?
Because I would like to stream more of this game, because I really like this game. I forgot I have to reload, man. Reloading sucks, don't it? Kill him dead. Okay. Now I need Oh shit. Is he using his... Whoa. Get him! Myrtleize him in the face! Oh no. He's put his shield back up like an a-hole. Ow. Oh shit, he's after me. I didn't do it. Huh. Ow. As a matter of fact, Jex, I don't. Oh shit. I don't have Bayonetta. I don't think. Wait. I might have the original. I actually don't. I don't remember. I have to look it up now. Trans rights, yeah. I do absolutely love that. That is that person's name. That's great. This game looks cool from what I've seen so far. This game is dope. Chorizo Joe, you've missed basically this whole stream has been me slaying the enemies of the Imperium while talking about the lore. Just because Warhammer 40k is perhaps my favorite sci-fi franchise, and it's got a deep lore. There's lore on everything. There's like 400 books. So like between it, Halo, and Star Wars, I like really. Those are like my favorite sci-fi franchises. But I think 40k is my favorite one. Target receives 1 stack of 5/5 plus 5 impact if already staggered. Ah. Aha. Yeah, you did read it right, Luna. This one gives them a stack of plus 5% impact if already staggered. So you stagger them, you hit them with this, and then that makes them take more impact damage. So that would cause more damage over time. This is plus 10% impact on hit, stuns 5 times. They both kind of do some damage over time. Yes, Warhammer 40k is indeed my favorite sci-fi franchise. I love it so much. It's got it all, man, including the comic relief. So it's a super grim and dark universe. But the comic relief in the form of the orcs is there to make you laugh. They're terrifying and hilarious at the same time. This is my intro to Warhammer. So, Joe, one of the first things you'll need to know is when you talk about Warhammer, if you say Warhammer, people think Warhammer Fantasy. And you have to specifically say 40k because that's Warhammer 40k, which is 40,000 years in the future. Warhammer Fantasy is a lot more like Lord of the Rings. You've got all of that standard fantasy fare in there. But 40k is very specifically sci-fi, much more sci-fi because it's 40,000 years in the future. So you have to differentiate because otherwise people will get confused. But definitely 40k is my favorite. Fantasy is okay. but 40K is my favorite because it's sci-fi. I like everything sci-fi. That's no secret. That's like my brand at this point. And the one moment where we came up with Warhammer 40K dating sim, yes, it was so good. But yeah, Joe, you didn't I don't think you were able to catch when I played Space Marine. When I played Space Marine a week or two ago. And we played through that start to finish, and that was like technically the first 40K game I've played on stream where you play as a Space Marine. But in this one you're playing as normal humans.
The heretics have seized Chasm Terminus.
So it's a bit different.
Let's make that work for us. Access the station's auto-scheduler.
And in that one you fight an orc invasion and a chaos invasion. On this one, there's no orcs. You're only fighting the forces of chaos. Which, if you don't know, the forces, there are 3 chaos gods. Well, technically 4. There were 3 chaos gods. Through the massive intergalactic debauchery of the Eldar, they spawned a 4th chaos god. And that called Slaanesh, and that has its own lore to it. But originally there was only 3.
These soldiers don't seem very industrious.
They will do their duty, as will we all, one way or another.
I'm a noob at both. Well, all you need to really learn, Joe, to be, you know, a member of my community is the bare basics on 40K. You don't need to worry about fantasy if you don't want to worry about fantasy, but you do need to learn to be a loyal servant of the Emperor. It's too bad you missed all of my lore talking earlier. You would have learned quite a bit. That's okay. You'll pick it up. It's not the first 40K game. I'm gonna play Space Marine 2 when it comes out on stream as well. I basically try to play any Warhammer 40K game that is any good. So it just happens that we haven't had any in a long time. But now we're getting several. So hopefully the success of these will push Games Workshop to have more made. That's what I'm hoping. That's the main thing I'm hoping for with this. Is I'm hoping that it will be immensely successful and cause Games Workshop to make more games, because they don't. And this game specifically took the Steam Award for most wish-listed game. Because everyone has, I mean, it's Vermintide was immensely popular, but 40K has more fans than Fantasy Warhammer. So of course it was gonna be immensely wanted. Here we go.
Kill that carcass down! We're present for you!
Oh shit! How did I synopsize it earlier? Hail the Emperor. Exactly. Exactly. Good job, Joe. You did it. Hail the Emperor. The Emperor protects. So you know the how in most dystopian franchises where there's like one ruling leader, how it eventually devolves into like there's like this phrase that they all say to one another as like a signing off, and it usually has to do with something about hailing the leader. Well, in 40K it's the Emperor protects. That's the tagline of the entire society. The Emperor protects, because the Emperor is seen as a benevolent leader, because he basically took humanity out of. So humanity.
We had a good fight.
Let me just synopsize it for you real quick. Humanity. I'm gonna condense years and years of lore into like a few sentences. Humanity reached its technological apex in which they could solve any and all problems and nothing was impossible because of their absolute mastery over science. And then they became so advanced that they destroyed themselves and they fell into a new dark age. Then the Emperor, who technically has been alive this whole time, but chose now to reveal himself as humanity's savior, got everybody together and started taking back control of everything, reorganizing everything, and re-establishing contact with all known human worlds, and basically trying to rebuild humanity from its fall. Then he took a mortal wound in a great battle, and he was put on life support. And then thousands of years after that, he's worshipped as a god. So, you know, there's aliens, there's mutants, and there's the forces of chaos, which are basically armies made and led by the chaos gods.
More of them coming right in.
Which, for all intents and purposes, are the only gods, really. There's only those. Those are the only god. There's only the 4 chaos gods that are actual, like, gods.
Stairs! Could be worse.
At least as far as I know. I mean, for all intents and purposes, that's all you need to know.
Rattling, if we're lucky. It's still at arms, the only quality you acquire from a combat.
Yes. The Emperor protects. Exactly. I love the weapons in the 40K universe. They're so good because they're designed to defeat terrible foes, right? They're designed to fight aliens and monsters. And so they're just so destructive that they're fun to use.
Promising so far. We need to access the auto-scheduler. Set your data interrogators.
Authorizing.
But yeah, I mean, other than the God Emperor thing, and very, very questionably the forces, of, other than the Chaos Gods and the God Emperor thing, it's actually not entirely impossible that given 40,000 years, this is where humanity ends up, right? Maybe we reach an apex in our development and we essentially destroy ourselves, setting ourselves back into a dark age, and then we regroup and rebuild over time, and we find out, through exploration and trying to rebuild, that there's aliens, and then they're not particularly friendly aliens, and then you very, very quickly find yourself in a 40K universe. So I think it's actually, in terms of like sci-fi universes that are possible, it's fairly possible. Other than the whole warp thing and the chaos gods and stuff like that. That not entirely sold on that. But yeah, everything else could totally happen. especially when the other thing you have to know is the Imperium of Man controls an absolute fuckload of planets. They've colonized and control like a billion planets. And they have a population in like the quintillions. So everything that they do is on such a massive scale, and the scale of 40K is one of my favorite things about it. Everything that the Imperium does and everything that happens in the universe is done on such a scale because there's just gazillions of people and planets.
Come on! I'm right here!
40,000 years, I think we'll be there in about 50. Exactly.
Backle! Where's Backle?
But yeah, this is you'll hear a lot of times "Welcome to the 41st Millennium." In fact, this game opens with that because that's the tagline for the franchise. Because this all takes place, most of it takes place in the 41st Millennium. Most of the events that the games and stuff focus on take place in the 41st Millennium. Up until the Age of Progress, a lot of the history of 40K is basically identical to ours. That was done on purpose. It was done on purpose as a way of being like, look what could happen, right? Like, if things went in a certain direction, And I think that's really cool. One of the best aspects of 40K. But yeah, up until the Age of Progress, which is where we made... well, technically the end of the Age of Progress and the beginning of the Dark Age of Technology is how they differentiate it. The Dark Age of Technology is called that because basically the humans of the future looked back on what happened and they were like, yeah, it led to humanity's downfall, so they called it a Dark Age and condemn anything like it as tech heresy. So there's a lot of things you're not allowed to do when it comes to technology, because that's what led to humanity's first original downfall.
Interrogation approaching completion.
But up until then, everything pretty much went the same way ours does. More or less.
Hit the upload to redirect the train. Target's on its way to Cavern Terminus. So should you be.
The differentiating factor being that the Emperor of Mankind, the person known as the Emperor of Mankind, was technically made by a bunch of shamans way back. Like, think tribal era. There were a bunch of shamans who saw a great catastrophe coming, and they were immensely powerful, what are called psychers. And psychers can control the warp, and for all intents and purposes, the warp is basically a mirrored reality from our own, where souls go to die. It's basically the afterlife, but it exists as a formless mirror universe to our own. And psychers can control all kinds of things. They basically use the warp like magic.
Want this ammo, soldier? Grenade!
And way back when there was very, very few psychers, think like 1 in 10 million sort of things. All the shamans in humanity, which being all the psychers at the time, or all the organized ones anyway, got together and sacrificed themselves and imbued their psychic essence into a being that became the Emperor of Mankind. Meaning they basically created a being that can't die permanently. He can die, but he'll just be reborn. He can't technically die, and he has an immense amount of power and is, for all intents and purposes, immortal. He doesn't die ordinarily. He has to be killed. And so that's like kind of the big differentiating factor there. But those shamans saw a great catastrophe coming and they made the Emperor. At the time, I think he was called Neo. He very quickly realized that he was meant to protect and guide humanity because he was very, very powerful and very, very different from everyone else. And so he did. Because he can theoretically live forever, he guided humanity periodically. When he wasn't studying and mastering every field of study.
Oh, it's about a
Until he was mortally wounded by a traitor. And then he was put on life support. And not allowed to die, which means he can't be reborn, which means he can't communicate with anyone. He can't tell anyone what to do, but he also can't die. So they're just kind of stuck with essentially this godlike messiah figure for thousands of years that can't come back and tell everybody that they're wrong. So everyone just created basically a religion based around the Emperor.
That corking hurts.
Get tough or get meds. I like a good fight, bit torture.
Which is immensely funny, because he very, very specifically told them not to. In fact, when he was alive, he decreed that in the Imperium, there was no religious worship, and establishments were not allowed because he had seen them be too divisive in humanity's past, and there were all kinds of wars and stuff in their names. And so, in the interest of unity, and the putting back together mankind after their downfall, he outlawed it, which is really, really funny because now they worship him as a god, and he specifically told them not to. And I just can't get over that. I think that's like hilarious and one of the best things. What's even crazier is that in this universe, oh god. There was no way I could get over there. There was just way too many. They could just let him die and be reborn. Yes, but they don't know that. So that's the crux of the issue, is they don't know that because perpetuals, what are called perpetuals, which the Emperor is one, meaning they can't truly die, they'll just be reborn. There's not a lot of them. There's only like I don't remember exactly how many, but there's not a lot. And the Emperor, I'm not like one of those like super lore experts. So but as far as I know, and as far as everything I've seen, he didn't really tell anybody about the whole not dying thing. And so his loyal guard, the custodians, being basically massive fans of the Emperor, they're physically incapable of not being, because they were created at a genetic level. So they're gonna do whatever it takes to save the emperor, and so they put him on. They converted their they had a big old piece of technology that they used to navigate with, that they converted to a life support system for him.
Do you require an additional person? Sequence.
But it is the biggest irony, and I think it's left that way on purpose, because it's the biggest irony in the whole franchise. Because yeah, if they let him die, he would just come back incorrectable.
Unit operational.
But they won't let him die, and so he can't. And so basically what you have is what we get. He's just a decaying skeleton sitting on a golden throne that is being kept alive in the most minimal capacity. And he can't come back and tell everyone and correct everybody and lead humanity forward, which is what he was doing. So now humanity has stagnated again, because the one guy who was leading them all forward is indisposed. And unfortunately, the hell? And unfortunately, when you create an imperialistic society like he's done, it's great for control and expansion. The Imperium of Mankind is fantastic for conquering the stars, which was what he was trying to do, was go and reunite all the human worlds and rebuild humanity.
I've got a kill mission gone active.
And an Imperium-style society is great for that. But what it's not good for is working without its leadership. Because without its leadership, an empirical society it stagnates. It doesn't know what to do, because it's everything is top down. Everything requires a higher authority. Everything is done at such a high level that the whole society just stagnates. We're gonna try out this shotgun here. The same thing happens in like dictatorships in our own world. If you kill a dictator and they've set up a dictatorship in an imperialistic society that's very top down, then what happens is the whole place stagnates and crumbles, because that was how. What do you do when everything, when everyone who tells everyone what to do is no longer doing that? Society doesn't know what to do. And so basically what you have now, where we're at currently in the 41st millennium, is we're currently stagnating based off what the Emperor built. And periodically you'll have leaders pop up and embark on a great crusade or something, because there's different organizations within the Imperium, and different ones have different authority levels. But they can do stuff like an Imperial Inquisitor led a great crusade to retake 1,000 worlds, and he did that. But it was only 1,000, and in the grand scheme of 1 billion, 1,000's not a lot. So for all intents and purposes, humanity is still as a whole stagnating. Because that one unifying force that there was is now gone. And now it's an imperialistic society with a whole bunch of different organizations and groups, all with their own levels of authority, and so now it's hard to get anything done. Okay, I like the shotgun. This is good stuff. What does this do? You gonna... Oh, I think he was waiting for me to kill it, and I wasn't killing it because I was waiting for him to kill it, so it was just whacking us both. I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't mean it. Oh, dude, it's almost been 4 hours. Damn. We're gonna go a little bit longer today, because it's been almost 4 hours already. And I'm not quite done yet. Not a lot longer because I have to get up early tomorrow. Like, way earlier than I have been. Because I gotta drive. I gotta go visit people. Very specifically, family.
You've seen them all!
Okay.
We should smash them all!
Yes. Wow. Also, I haven't been doing the strong attack. The strong attack is really good for the shovel as well. Ow. Why isn't anyone with me? I thought they were with me. They're just now getting here. How was I here first? What happened? Oh. Oh, where is he? He dead? Okay, he's dead. Had to make sure because the trappers are like how you lose games. They're the primary thing that's a little broken. How you lose games is very much... Oh, shit.
No more Karkin trapper!
Ugh. I didn't realize that was a friendly. Didn't really have time to look either. A little too much going on, you know? Shit, there's a dog. Ow, ow. Oh, shit. I do like the shotgun, but, man. Takes a lot of load. It is kind of a problem. Kind of an issue. Dude, the shotgun is so OP. All the weapons are just great. I love them. They're just immensely powerful, and I love their like sturdy, boxy design.
I find her mind grating. Perhaps it's in need of oil.
Embrace her as you would any other loyal servant of the throne.
I am one with the wolf.
Okay, is he coming? Okay, he is.
Everyone is guilty of something.
Gotta bring our
All
Ogren boy.
enforcers know that. How can you say your conscience is clean?
Keep going. You've plenty of ground left to cover.
We'll keep going in just a minute. This is one of those games where it's like really, really easy to spend a lot of time playing it and not realize. It does not feel like it's been 4 hours. It just doesn't, you know? Yeah. Yes. So primarily what we're fighting, for those wondering, is the forces of chaos, and it looks like primarily the followers of Nurgle, which is the pestilence god. That's why they all look kind of grotesque, and they're all like, they got disease and all kinds of other stuff and maggots and whatever all up in them, because they're imbued with the power of Nurgle. Because essentially that they've as far as I know, you have to choose to be a follower of a chaos god. Usually what'll happen is they'll tempt people with stuff and like promises and things, and then you'll become a follower of them that way. And that's generally how I think most of their followers are made.
The air quality perhaps isn't the best in Tertium.
Shut your gob and aim better, zealot!
Stop getting in the way!
But that's why the bosses that aren't human bosses, I mean the human bosses also I think have been Nurgle followers, but definitely the beasts have been Nurgle's creations, because they're like amalgamated masses of flesh and bile and other things like that. That's just very classically Nurgle.
To see the shops abandoned.
I think the primary reason for that is because it works very well for the Vermintide formula, which is what they've applied here, where they throw tons and tons of things at you and you have to cut them down. If they threw tons and tons of other chaos forces at you, you would die horribly. Like one squad of corrupted Imperial Guard, as you've seen, they're the bad guys with the las guns. Just one squad of them can be dangerous enough to kill 1 or 2 players, and so they could never throw actual other forces at you. So primarily they're going with Nurgle's forces because they're all, you know, there's a lot of them and they look the part. And they can throw a bunch of them at you without I need help. I have a med station, but we have a problem. Did you guys get it?
Soldiers,
Here, try this.
Healing here, priest.
Come back. Grab this healing. There we go. This shotgun is insane. That's the one thing that I was looking forward to the most, was using the ranged weapons in 40K. And that's the one, and they didn't disappoint. I could have easily been disappointed, but I wasn't. Everything's got the look and the feel, and it's great. I'm very happy with that.
Get healed, Psyker.
Yeah, the problem is that's useless when we have the... Ow. Hey, what? Why couldn't I hit him? I call BS. Where's he at? I know he's here. I do like the knockdown power of this. This is great. It's got good knockdown power. It's got amazing knockdown power. I love this.
Ammo is here, veteran.
Ammo. Where we go?
You've got to all get back together before going further.
There we go. Nobody pressed the button. Everybody just sat around staring at each other. Nobody pressed the button. That's hilarious. Oh, also, talk about a crowd clearing weapon. This shotgun makes short work of crowds. Problem is that it's very low ammo. Like just max ammo in general. You gotta be a little sparing with it, you know? Mainly use it on big stuff and hordes. Oh, get the Chaos Hound. Get him. Myrtleize him dead. That's a thing you can do, right?
We go down there. That's it. Buzzing. Oh, buzzing. Buzzing. Engage, engage, engage. Watch out, gunner.
God damn. That's the bee's knees.
Go back to what it is! Kill it!
Dude. At some point I need to make a Psyker character. Because they're they're essentially magic. So I need to do that just to see what it's like, you know? Because she's sitting there zapping them with warp energy, essentially chain lightning. And I want to zap things with chain lightning, you know? But the only class I've tried out is this one. There's 3 other classes right now, and I think they plan to add more, so I need to try some other ones.
Medicae station.
We're just kind of waiting on that other person.
There's been no law down here for a long time. Only cartel justice.
No need for little enforcers.
Oh, here we go.
Unbelievers! I come to show you the
Compliments of the guard.
He comes to show me the truth. That's not good. Is it like most shotguns in games where it does more damage the closer you are?
Come in! To me, my children!
Ow. God, he hurts. Ow, why is he on me? What did I do? I mean, other than a lot of damage, but like, it's not that big. It didn't get all worked up about some damage, you know? Like, that's just crazy. Ow. 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 This is not good. Oh, that would be why. Oh. Where's he at? Can we kill him? Can he be deaded? Ow. Ow. Ugh. Yeah. Ow.
Shotgunner. Here, cop this.
I think it's over now. I think we just wait.
Yes, yes, flow through me.
Blow through you. There we go. We did it. I hope I never have to find out what happens if you go down after that. Because technically you won. Hasn't ended yet. You know what we may do? I'm gonna make a new class real quick. Give me 1 second though. Okay, and I'm back. Alright. Okay, are we still live? We are. So, let's see. I'm gonna check the store. I was gonna make a new character. Hold on. That's right. That's what I was gonna do. But I'm gonna check the store first. No, all that's fine. So I'm gonna make a new character. Change operative. Change operative. Because and you get 5 slots. There's sharpshooter, which is what I'm playing. There's zealot, psyker, and Ogryn. The Ogryn can use big, powerful weapons, but their weapons typically don't hold a lot of ammo. So I think I'm more likely. I wanted to try out the psyker, which I do want to try. Try out the psyker. I have to choose my backstory. You have to choose your backstory when you make a new character, and you can. They've got different worlds and different things, you know, that are all very based on the lore. And then you know, you choose everything from where you were born, your childhood, militia lackey sounds good, self-reliance, my awakening, my defining moment, my psychic awakening. And then we do this, and then we figure something out here. I don't like their randomization feature. It's like they're incapable of making anyone that doesn't look like they've been through a car fire inside of a blender. You know what I mean? Like, no offense or anything, but like, why is literally every option like the only normal person is this one, which is why my main character looks like this. Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't get it.
I've dreamed many dreams before, but never like this.
I should have known the enforcers.
It seems that no matter how low I set my expectations, it can always get worse. A lifetime spent in the mire, hiding from the witch seekers and the big...
Yeah, I like that one. So what was my sentence? Oh, you can also choose your crime, which is based on various things that you've picked so far up to this point. But I'm just going to go with insubordination's always an easy one. Yeah, we'll go with insubordination. We'll randomize our character name. Confirm and skip the prologue, because I want to get into the madness. I can replay the prologue when we play this again at some point. That way you guys can see the prologue, not like a slideshow this time. I've never made another character, so I want to see. Is the entire universe at war constantly now? Yeah, basically. So
now you know what's at stake. The Inquisitor clearly thinks you have what it takes, and as you've come through all that unscathed, Tertium shouldn't hold too many terrors for you.
yeah, basically the entire universe is loosely at war. It's one of those things that it's hard to really conceptualize because there's just so many planets, right? But basically, yes. Everyone is at war with various other people. The Imperium is trying to defend all of its worlds and reestablish the Lost Worlds and expand into any new territory the Imperium, you know, needs or wants. And it's beset on all sides by pretty much everything. The orcs, the forces of chaos, its own people, you know. Sometimes there's rebellions, and sometimes there's, you know, all kinds of things like that. But yeah, there's pretty much, there's a tagline in, I'm gonna check to see what I have. There's a tagline in the universe. I couldn't figure out how to word it. There's a tagline in the universe that just says, "In the grim darkness of the future, there is only war." And that pretty much the undertone of the entire universe as it stands at this point.
Tertium's water supply's under threat thanks to our Mobian mates. They're pumping filth into the silos. We can't have that, can we? Fight your way into the silo and eliminate the scabs. Hopefully that will fix the water supply.
So yeah, pretty much everyone is at war with everyone. There's the Eldar are another major species. They're basically space elf psychers. There's the orcs. There's the Tau, which are basically, the Tau are basically like, they get joked about as Space Japan, because it's very Japanese influenced. There's mechas and Japanese imperialistic undertones to like everything that they do. But they're an alien race technically, and they're all about the greater good. So they're expanding. They formed a coalition, and they're expanding because they believe in the greater good and spreading the greater good, not just everything they do being in not just everything they do being in the interest of the greater good, but also bringing the greater good to everyone else. It's basically more like it's a belief system. But one that requires that it be spread. Oh. Trying to think of the other major players that you usually see. Usually all you see, there's a lot of alien species, but usually all you'll see in the games and other media is the Eldar, the humans, the Tau, and the orcs. There's a lot more, but you don't see them as often. They exist in the lore, but they don't get featured a lot. Oh, and the Necrons. I forgot about the Necrons. How could I forget about the Necrons? But the Necrons were asleep for like 60 million years, and they've only recently started to wake up. So although it is a problem and one that the Imperium has to deal with, it wasn't until very recently. So they're not like what you would call a galactic player, so to speak, because they just started coming back. The problem with the orcs is they just believe in fighting. They just love to fight. And so orc invasions are often just a bunch of orc boys looking for a fight. And so yeah, there's nothing more to it than that. They just want to fight. They just want to fight. They love fighting. The orcs are great. I love the orcs.
Come on! You need me!
think greater good need to be defined because that could be good or bad. Well, they have a system. I don't remember what it is, but they have a system where they define it.
Headshot! How's the zealot? You done did bad, yes? What are they?
Oh, I forgot. How do I use my bullshit? Can I just? Oh my god, I'm so powerful. What's happening? What's at 100%? Ah! Why did I explode? Did I overload myself with my psychic power? I did. I exploded myself with my powers. I didn't know I could do that. I did not know I could do that. Well, suddenly this class is far less good. If my psychic powers can cause me to explode if I overuse them, then I don't think I'm going to be using it long term.
Haha! Med station!
I don't think we're getting in that way. Ammunition.
But yeah, they have a system where they define how they do that, Luna. Like I said, it's an entire belief system, one that their entire society is based around. There's a lot of definition to be had, but basically, for lack of the nuance and all of that stuff, they believe that every action that they take should be one that produces the most amount of good for the most amount of people. It's basically Mill's utilitarianism on steroids. I don't know if you're familiar with any schools of ethics, but Mill's utilitarianism is probably like the closest you can get to that kind of thing, where it essentially says, you know, do the most, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, and everything you do should be to the benefit of the most people, you know? So essentially it's like that. The most amount of good for the most amount of people. Obviously, that's incredibly difficult to define and very, very easily abused. But that's the Tao. That's how their entire society is. Well, it has to have some limit. It's not like you can have unlimited grenades, right? Ow, ow, ow. Ow. Yeah, that's very true. I should have. I didn't think about it. I just assumed I'd be an unlimited wizard. And now that I learned that I'm not an unlimited wizard, I'm a little more disappointed in this class. Oh, fuck. I don't even know what that does. Does that give me unlimited wizard power? Don't run through the fire. Why did you run through the fire? Ow. Oh no, there's a beast here as well. My wizard powers have failed me.
Those filthy heretics got me!
What use is a psyker to us?
Off! Unhand me!
Oh yeah, Mill's utilitarianism. It was my favorite one that I learned about when I took ethics. they taught us about a whole bunch of different schools of ethics and different value systems and stuff. And my favorite one that I learned about was Mills. Mills utilitarianism is a lot closer to kind of loosely how I believe in general. So it spoke to me the most. Because I very much believe that in just doing as much good for people as I can, you know? That's why I rarely ever say no if anyone asks me to do anything.
He'll hear for nothing. But don't. See if I can.
Kind of a problem, though. It gets out of hand. It gets out of hand and leads to mental health issues. Oh. God damn it. Help! Help me, friends! There's a chaos beast throwing me around! Help! Help! Ah! Can't get up there. Damn.
Tell me the friggin' thing's dead.
Whew. You're not a wizard, Harry. Exactly. I'm very clearly not, because I don't have the unlimited wizard powers that I wanted.
There is no other aboard this vessel to match my intellect.
You lost me.
You're not a wizard, Harry. Oh, there they be. I'm gonna send...
The Raiders no longer a problem!
So how do I use my wizard powers? It looks like this just does the same. Where's my wizard powers? My wizard powers are so easily overused that I'm better off shooting them with a las pistol. Come on now. Ow. Ow. Don't make me use my wizard powers. Oh. Damn.
Seize the ammunition.
And the means of production. Oh shit. Ow, ow, ow. They have the sniper. I hate the sniper.
Kill the gunner. Well, they look quite comfortable.
So the sniper is going to be our problem until we kill it. Did we kill it? Oh, I think we did. When do I do the Force Lightning? I was promised Force Lightning, otherwise known as Warp Lightning.
That does look serious.
Warp Lightning is legally distinct from Force Lightning, though. Did I get him? I'm pretty sure the lightning thing was from the stabs. Oh. You know what? That would make a lot of sense. That would make a lot of sense. You're right. I need to find a staff for my wizard lightning. That is pretty much the main reason I wanted to play this class. Oh shit. See, the sword is just not as good. The sword is okay, but I definitely prefer most of the other melee weapons. It does have that, though. That charged up swing is its one saving grace. Where's he? Oh, okay. I thought he was way out there. What are you doing? Are you trying to shoot him? You just come up here and shoot him. Hurrah! I exploded his head with my wizard powers. But I also almost died in one shot, because that's just how OP the snipers are in this game. The snipers are amazingly overpowered. Where are you, buddy?
Get up, veteran.
Do not.
To be fair, I get it. Like when I was playing the strategy game, all those the strategy games have snipers in them, and I used to love them because they would like one-shot orcs and stuff. And I never questioned how. But after being shot with that, I see how.
See the wretched torrent burn and let the heretics have it.
A brief moment of relative quiet. And breathe.
And breathe.
Inevitably, I'm out of
I
ammunition.
have no ammo.
Okay, enough with the tower. Time to reach the silo.
Wake from the lies.
Ammo.
Ammunition. I foresaw this, you know.
You foresaw it.
She has formidable mental discipline. Not that I tested it, of course. I'm sensing
Ow.
stupidity.
Ow. I need help really badly. Ow. You guys didn't shoot that one. That one hurt me.
To recharge it.
Oh no, where's the recharge? Oh, he has it. There we go.
Reserves now available. You are
Yes. Delicious healing. Just what I needed. There's a pox bomber coming and I don't like it. I love the way you hold the pistol too. I also really like the last pistol. Oh! I dodged that poor bastard. Yes.
The God Emperor's light guides us.
Even in darkness, the God Emperor's light guides us.
Want to be boned. Think better. Smarter.
I'm very glad they did a good job with the weapons in this game because I was very concerned about that. Crowd control. Sometimes you just need to swing a sword wildly, you know? Even in the 41st millennium. Sometimes you just need to wildly swing a sword. and hope that everything you want dead dies. Ooh. Oh, nice. I'm coming, guys. Don't worry. I may or may not have totally gotten distracted. Ow. Shit, where? It's coming, isn't it? I know it is. There he is. Oh, fuck.
His grenades aided him little.
Got him.
I find the pilot interesting. What about you?
Her spirit is unreal, much like her manner.
Were there no more pious candidates to bait us on our mission?
I gotta get a staff. So I can use lightning. Pretty much the entire reason I picked Psyker. I mean, that's the entire reason you would pick Psyker, right?
Once we're down, that's it.
Because it's really the only special thing about them. Well, otherwise you would just pick Veteran. There's also the Zealot. I'm not sure what their special is. Something about their fate, probably. They probably have some sort of ability or team buff that is them specific. Like the power of their faith makes them do something, I don't know. Oh, God. I love just ripping through the groups with a melee weapon. It is very fun. Don't worry. I don't know where we're going, but we're going there. It's happening. Oh, here we go.
Sniper.
Oh, wow.
Keep moving. The silo's close. Round the side. Almost done.
At this point, I'm just looking for silhouettes in the darkness and shooting them with the last pistol. It works really well.
Not so strong, are you, Shouty?
Careful now!
Take me with you, please.
I see a dropper!
So fragile.
Beastie, set me free!
Man, those trappers are ridiculous. I wonder if they're gonna balance them. You know what I mean? Because it could be like Fiend is an equalizing factor, right?
Let's be sure before we head down there.
Because it is kind of like one of the best ways to take down a player, but also it's a little too easy for them to take down a player, I think. But then again, it is the only regularly occurring special that can easily take down a player. So probably in the interest of making sure that it's still hard, they probably wouldn't. Oh shit! Oh, it's an Ogren with a hammer. I didn't want it. Oh god! It's a Chaos Beast. I got bitch slapped by an Ogren and then grabbed by a Chaos Beast. No! Our Ogren's gonna go down to get me. No, don't do that. Dude, I have to find somewhere that's safe. For even a fraction of a second. Oh, God.
Those filthy heretics got me!
This may be the end.
Can be useful, can you?
If you leave me, you'll regret it.
Ow. Damn it. I died. Now I'm awaiting rescue. Yeah, this isn't good. This does not bode well.
Going to need help to stand.
Damn. GG. GG. Well, that didn't go in our favor. That didn't go in our favor. But it, you know, it's okay. There's nothing we can do about it. What's done is done. And we'll just do it again next time. But for now, because like I said, I do have to get up really early tomorrow. So for now, I'm gonna call it. I don't know when you guys are gonna see that, because I don't know what the massive delay is like. But yeah, we're gonna call it there for the night. I'm gonna look for somebody to raid. Let's see. Okay. All right. You know what? We are yeah, we're gonna go raid Rune. They're currently playing some Sea of Thieves. If you don't know, we love Rune. They are a fantastic individual. There is the raid phrase. If you want to use it, I invite you to join me for the raid. And then thank you guys so much for hanging out, for spending time with me, for watching me play Darktide and listening to me rant about the lore. But anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. I will see you guys either this weekend or again on Monday. Without any further ado, I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.